Commissioner Campbell.
Here.
Commissioner Niblin. Vice Chair Rubenstein. Chair Clifford.
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Martin.
Here.
Mayor Vaterlaus.
Here. Okay. Salute to the flag again?
Yep.
Yes.
I pledge allegiance to
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice
For all.
Okay. As I stated, this is a joint study session on the Plan Pacifica process to update the general plan and local coastal plan and develop a new Sharp Park specific plan continued from August 26, 2019. Do we have a staff report?
Good evening, honorable council members and commissioners. I'm Senior Planner Christian Murdoch. I'm joined this evening by other members of the Plan Pacifica team, including Planning Director Tina Wehrmeister, Associate Planner Bonnie O'Connor, and Allison Moore from the city's consultant Diet and Bhatia. This evening's meeting is a continuation of the study session held on August 26th. This has been explained. At this meeting, the council and commission had time only to discuss one of the key sites on the list of topics for discussion prepared by staff. We hope to resume that discussion after receiving public comment with a focus on sections A and B of attachment A of the staff report. Staff would like to note that the city received several public comments since the last study session on August 26th. We have provided these comments to all council members and commissioners and made these comments available at the rear of the council chamber. We look forward to your feedback this evening, and staff is here to answer any questions the council or commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any council communications, questions, or comments?
I have a comment. Since we spent a lot of time on one of the items at the last meeting, I was wondering if we could have the agenda for tonight's discussion, have that item come later in the agenda. Can we change the order of how they're presented? Because we don't have a specific plan other than public comment. So I'm wondering if we can set some structure for our conversation tonight.
Our discussion basically says that we're going to talk about sea level rise and the schedule for the local coastal plan. And that's on page 4 of our agenda. So I think based on the fact that we heard 2 hours of public comment on the Calson property at our last meeting, that we can, if we specifically know, we can take those cards and put them towards the end of the public comment cards. Is that fine with everybody else?
I just think that once we open public comment, that's it. It doesn't open back up. So I think for those, you can put those towards the end of the comments, but is that correct? We only have one oral communication section.
Generally, yeah, we generally do. But my understanding is that we have to take public comment on have an opportunity for every item, yep. Right? But it doesn't have to be all in one session of public comment. We could defer that to a separate item.
I don't think so.
I checked with Michelle.
So, Denise Pazan.
They're just low.
Denise Pisano, Assistant City Attorney. Typically, when you open it up for public comment, you have all of the public comment at that point.
At one time.
At one time.
Okay.
Okay, so we would appreciate that if you spoke on this item at the last session if you would please not repeat what you've said. And we did, like I said, spend the entire time on the Calson project, and we didn't get to any other projects last time. So we would like to address some of the other items on the LCP and the, and the general plan and this Sharp Park specific plan without just talking about one property, if at all possible. Okay? And currently I don't have an excess of cards, so I guess we'll leave it at 3 minutes. I only have about 12 cards, so is that okay with everybody?
Works for me.
Okay. Are we going to public comment? Sorry, this is awkward because I've never gone over the same meeting twice. So are we going to have more staff, or are we going to go directly to public comment?
There's no further staff report at this time. I think staff was imagining receiving public comment and then opening it up to the council and the commission, hopefully with a focus on attachment A, items A and B.
Okay. Hopefully items A and B. Thank you. Okay. Starting with...
Can I just make one comment?
Yes.
Since I have gotten a couple communications regarding 580 Crespi Drive, I want to be sure, I mean, I would like to maybe discuss that, just to be sure.
Okay, there are several people who want to discuss that from the public.
Okay.
Okay, ready. Suzanne Drake, followed by Gordon Tenora and Tanya Tandon. Move over.
Hi, again. So you asked us not to repeat ourselves from the last meeting. Suzanne Drake here with Sharp Park neighborhood. What I said the last time regarding the LCP is that it was very loaded with bad information, no real clear trigger point distinctions, and loaded with managed retreat. Even though we've had communication from the city that says managed retreat is out. Well, if it's out, then why is it in? So we won't go over that again. However, I definitely want, ultimately, from the city council, just a straight up line that says that managed retreat is absolutely down the road, the last straw, if not completely stricken. And right now, it's actually a viable candidate in the action items. So let's think real clearly about, and there's a lot of research that needs to be done regarding mortgages, financial institutions, if we are required in a hazard zone to have flood insurance. How is this going to impact the selling of this property? Have you talked to any developers on what they think about this LCP? You know, we need more housing. How are we going to entice these developers to come on in when they are scared, when we're not giving them any assurances, even any guarantees? There's no guarantees in life, but at the very least, as responsible custodians of this land, we need to have our eye on the ball for our growth and our financial well-being. And that's the future that this council needs to really be focused in on right now. Thank you.
Gordon, followed by Tanya, then Larry Bothan.
Good evening, thank you. Gordon Tenora, 637 Brighton in Sharp Park, and almost 40-year resident. I want to begin, though, by making sure we get into public record a letter that was sent to council members and Planning Commission today from Richard Harris in follow-up and regarding the cost-benefit analysis that was done for LCP. So I'm going to provide copies to the city clerk for that.
Thank you.
In that letter, I'll let you read that, but it identifies what I wanted to speak about too was the cost-benefit analysis that was included in the study as part of the LCP working group and study. And at that time, I submitted several comments regarding what I thought was a limited and faulty analysis on cost benefits. Costs weren't fully identified, the benefits weren't fully identified. I think there were many things that were specifically identified. You'll find in the letter from Richard something similar in regards to the limitations of that cost benefit analysis. So what I'm concerned about is that in the inclusion of some of the hazard mitigations, et cetera, in the LCP that I've seen so far, there is certainly alludes to the adaptation plan. And if the adaptation plan includes that cost-benefit analysis, then that's faulty. We need to explicitly exclude, I believe, the cost-benefit analysis because it's not, it is debatable at a minimum. So I would ask that something be explicitly identified as excluding that cost-benefit analysis from being used in the future as we consider mitigation strategies. Secondly, I just want to say something quickly about Sharp Park. And I do, by the way, I applaud all of you for being here and for continuing on a path to get this done. Okay, the plan needs to get done so we can advance. I'd like to see us advance specifically right outside this door on that sandy stretch that is just an eyesore. Broken pipes, sprinkler heads that are sticking out of the ground, they're hazards. Okay, I would think that the city would care about that to get rid of the hazard and the liability. But something should be done, whether in the plan or more immediately, to bring a more attractive landscape to that. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Tanya, followed by Larry, and then Tom Thompson.
Good evening, I'm Tanya Tandon, and I'm here first to talk about Plan Pacifica. What I envision is having the trolley, whoever did that, I love that idea, that a trolley would stop in the different districts. Like I'm a beach girl, I love swimming in the ocean, but it's too scary to swim out here where I live. I live on Salada Ave. And I absolutely wish that would be considered, even if we have to pay for the trolley, like per use, I would pay for that. I like going down to Lindemar. We take Ubers and stuff if we go down to the brewery, and a trolley would be fun. Secondly, I think it would be wonderful if somebody could somehow get a Whole Foods in Pacifica. I think that that would really make this a more viable town, a little more upscale. And it might even bring people in from other areas into Pacifica. And we moved here, we bought our house December 2016. In 2017, we had the greatest surprise of our life, and that is all the whales migrating. I went to college in San Francisco, lived there for 8 years, came to Pacifica a couple times, and never once did I know that whales were out here. And so that's just a beautiful thing, and I think that that should also be in marketing. Like, come to Pacifica and see the whales during migration season. Now, for the specific Sharp Park plan, I have some ideas and concerns. One of them being that you guys want to build up, and I would appreciate if we just keep it the same, except only building up on Francisco and Paloma, and maybe this site. I like to keep the same small homes, especially on Salada Ave. We have 4 lots, and I'm gonna fight for those. Thank you very much. Good night.
Larry, followed by Tom, and Jeff Guillet.
Hi there, my name's Larry Both, and I live in Rockaway Beach. I think it's time to fix the local coastal plan and remove the language of managed retreat and the many contradictions that are embraced in that document. They were put there to obfuscate its real purpose, which is to undervalue billions of dollars worth of homes, businesses, and infrastructure west of Route 1 in Sharp Park, Fairway Park, and elsewhere. It falsely inflates the recreation value of the beaches alone through its cost-benefit analysis, which says, in short, if it isn't sand, it isn't worth saving. I think most of the residents and business owners in Sharp Park and Fairway Park would disagree with that assessment. I also think the majority of golfers, dog walkers, hikers, and cyclists would also agree there's more to life than just sand. Pacifica has a $1.5 million grant to plan improvements to the Sharp Park seawall, yet Hazard Policy 57 seems to prevent that. When the old water treatment plant was decommissioned, it was decided this would be the site for a grand high-end hotel to anchor the downtown district. But when the RFPs were sent out, only one half-hearted proposal came back. Why do you suppose that is? Well, let's put on our business caps and ask this question. Would you invest tens of millions of dollars to build a hotel you expect to own and operate for 30 years in a city that can't guarantee it will protect it or the surrounding area? Especially when that city already has a reputation of being hostile to developers. Even if you wanted to, how would you get a loan to build it? How would you insure it? I think you know the answer to that. The answer to this whole local coastal plan dilemma, I think, is pretty simple and self-evident, but it requires courage and commitment. 1, oppose managed retreat policies and language in the local coastal plan. This means that you are committed to acting for the greater good, not for the Coastal Commission. 2, support the maintenance and improvement of the golf course levee and the Sharp Park seawall. 3, reject ESA's flawed and incomplete cost-benefit analysis and clearly state in Hazard Policy number 4 that it will not be implemented. This is to close the door on any future attempts to sabotage plans to repair or maintain the seawall or the levee. Remember, we taxpayers are footing the bill for all of this at both the local and the state levels, and that our rights should carry more weight than a small but vocal minority who try to dictate what we should sacrifice for their goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Thompson, Jeff Guillet, and Kathleen Manning.
Honorable City Council and Planning Commissioners, we have a problem. Management retreat is a doctrine of watching while the ocean erodes private valuable property. Managed retreat has no place in Pacifica. Imagine a policy of not protecting public and private property, infrastructure, homes, business, streets, and highways. It's unthinkable. The LCP December 2018 draft at page 9 plainly states managed retreat would be reconsidered in the mid to long term. That's as little as a few years. The statement needs to be eliminated. Managed retreat is likewise an implied policy in many of the hazard policies, such as numbers 17, 20, 22, and 57 of the December 2018 final draft. Solution: we need to affirmatively reject management retreat. Our LCP is effectively a legal agreement between Pacifica and its citizens. The LCP needs to be so clear it doesn't take lawsuits to figure it out. Pacifica's LCP needs a clean, bright light statement that managed retreat has been considered, vetted, and rejected by Pacifica. So moving forward, I've left with you 2 documents that were emailed to you earlier today. Both were prepared by a team of concerned Pacificans who spent countless hours at solving these problems. We ask that you implement these changes into Pacifica's LCP. They include a red line corrections of the local coastal plan policies related to sea level rise adaptation dated December 2018, and a narrative with the changes needed in the draft local coastal plan policies relating to sea level rise adaptation. Both of these items are far too complex to cover in 3 minutes. I would be glad to meet with you, though, again, to go over the details in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Guillet, Kathleen Manning, and Greg Hurley.
Hello, thank you very much for continuing this meeting from last week. Appreciate the time and the ability to talk to you again more about it. Again, my name is Jeff Guillet, resident here since 1993, and fervently looking for changes for the LCP. Yesterday, as Tom was talking about, we sent copies of the changes, the red line changes that we made to the LCP. Apparently, some of the council members may not have gotten it, so we sent copies here. I've also sent copies again. To talk about the high-level things that we're looking for is, again, we need a bright line statement from the City Council saying that we have reviewed managed retreat but reject it. And a very important thing that I was trying to say when we ran out of time, or I ran out of time last time, was the maps that everything is based on are using data that is incorrect. It is showing that the shoreline protections have been removed from the maps, and that's what shows the water coming in. That's not reality. We have berms, we have seawalls. They're going to be maintained or improved. And to have a map and base hazard policies that show a certain area of my neighborhood is underwater because the berms don't exist is just not reality, and it's not right. So that's number one thing that I see that needs to be done. Those maps need to be taken out and replaced with accurate ones. It shows ESA's bias against shoreline protections and is really troubling. We need to remove all the conflicting information that's in the LCP that goes against within the LCP itself and also against the general plan. Because there's nothing we can do about development when we've given up this area and we're going to put it underwater. Why would anyone do any sort of development in the Sharp Park area? This plan is designed to last 20, maybe 30 years. We don't need to be programming it for 100 years and implementing hazard policies based on a 100-year scenario. We can look at it again at the end of this LCP. I really want to see the term hazard policy removed and replaced with coastal policy. When you call it a hazard policy, everybody gets doom and gloom on you. And when it's a coastal policy, which is what these are about, the coastal zones, not hazard zones, I don't know who made that change, but that's inaccurate. We need to make it clear to property owners. I'm running out of time.
Thank you.
Again. Sorry. Thank you.
Kathleen, followed by Greg Hurley, and then Greg Hirsch.
Hi, Kathleen Manning here. Longtime Pedro Point resident and business owner for maybe 30 years at Crespi Center, 580 Crespi Drive in Pacifica. I'm here today to protest the change in the land use designation to mixed use center at Crespi Center. And the upshot is, were there any type of disaster to occur, such as earthquake or fire or tsunami, Crespi Center could not be rebuilt. Well, why is this not good? Well, Crespi Center is unique in Pacifica in that it is a warehouse and office combo. There are no other types like this in Pacifica. It is suitable for light manufacturing or mail order, large internet businesses such as my business, as well as unique uses such as our own Channel 26. There's nothing else like it in Pacifica. If we didn't have Crespi Center, small businesses such as mine and others, we would have to move to South San Francisco or San Bruno or someplace else. We would require that we would have to commute, and we wouldn't be hiring local people. In my long business career here, I've had hundreds, probably lots anyways, of people, all local people that I've hired and have worked for me. we wouldn't be active in sponsoring and being participants in local activities. And there wouldn't be many unique and interesting businesses that are in Crespi Center right now. So to sum it up, if Crespi Center didn't exist, there would be a void in the Pacifica small business scene that can't be filled with live-work units. Thank you.
Greg Hurley, followed by Greg Hirsch, and then Sam Casillas.
Good evening. This is an argument against proposed zoning change. My name is Greg Hurley, and I'm speaking on behalf of Crespi Business Center, CBC, located at 580 Crespi Drive. It is a unique property in Pacifica and the only large mixed-use business center in the entire city where commercial businesses who require a warehouse with a roll-up door like Blue Moon Closets, Able Window, and others can rent space. There are 24 businesses in the center employing more than 100 people. These are primarily Pacifica residents. We are requesting that the classification of the property not be changed as it is currently proposed in the draft general plan, as it would change our zoning from general commercial C3 zoning to a new designation called mixed use center. In the event of a major building loss from a fire or earthquake, the new zoning will prohibit CBC as it currently exists from being rebuilt, and most, if not all, of the businesses would have to move out of Pacifica for a lack of alternative space to lease in the city. We have some questions we would like answered. Doesn't the City Council want to promote small commercial business and keep the Pacifica economy diverse? What can the council do to preserve non-retail commercial spaces and prevent a future situation where Pacifica businesses could be displaced? What would the tax revenue impact be for the city? Our commercial businesses help keep the Pacifica economy diverse and employ many Pacifica residents. Business license taxes paid by the 24 tenants in CBC amount to several $1,000s and help pay for city services. Individual residential tenants do not pay a business license fee. We are making a simple request to the council to provide zoning land use clarity that is for the benefit of the Pacifica economy and jobs. We are asking the City Council to please amend this section specifically dealing with 580 Crespi Drive to include limiting language which would indicate existing businesses and structures at our location can continue to remain and be in conformance with the general plan. Mayor and members of the council, we look forward to hearing your thoughts on our questions tonight. Thank you for your time.
Greg Hirsch, Sam Casillas, then Ron Carlson.
Hi, I'm Greg Hirsch. I have a small business in Crespi Business Center. I develop scientific instrumentation mainly with government support, Department of Energy and National Institutes of Health. And Kathleen Manning kind of said everything I was going to say. I didn't know you know about this until like yesterday, but I thought I'd come here and just say a good word about the center. It is a unique facility, and it's the only place really in Pacifica that has the capability of doing what I need to do and the other people. And as Kathleen said, there really is an interesting collection of very interesting people doing very interesting work there. And it would be really a loss to Pacifica, I think, if we didn't have something like this to do some real cutting edge businesses, and I just want to say that please don't change it if you can, because we really need this Crespi Business Center as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sam, and then Ron Carlson and Cheryl Carlson.
Good evening. Pedro Point resident, Sam Casillas. I just wanted to first make sure that all of you please understand it was not the intention of the whole Pedro Point residents, all of us, to dominate these study sessions meetings, but recall that our community attempted to engage the city and the plan department in dialogue through a neighborhood-specific plan that I believe would have clarified many of the errors and facts and judgment that continue to bog down this GPU process. And frankly, I was really surprised that staff could not answer the simple question of the Coastal Commission's current land designation of commercial recreation for the field, which it is, that a commissioner stated that the job of the city is to build in flood-prone areas and the job of FEMA is to deal with flooding, and the mayor not knowing the difference between a prescriptive easement and adverse possession, and all the city officials not taking into consideration current conditions based on science and data. Trying to correct these errors in 2-minute increments of public comment is not an ideal way to resolve these. Considering how the Pitter Point neighborhood has conducted exhaustive research, has demonstrated to be fully engaged and considerably more knowledgeable on these issues in Pitter Point than our city officials, I think it would behoove us to work in a different direction. Additionally, we're not saying that nothing can be built in the field, but what gets built has to take commercial recreational planning into consideration as outlined in the GP, the current general plan, where permanent structures are not ideal due to historical issues, including that there was illegal draining of a swamp, of a wetland there, and the field being part of a much larger estuary, leaving thousands of years of silt there. There was also a lot of issues in the adaptation plan, including Pacifica is using a 5.7 sea level rise scenario, yet the GPU map only shows a portion of it flooding. Yet when you actually look through the Pacific Institute hazard maps, it shows the field fully flooded under just 4.6 feet of sea level rise. Additionally, there was a discussion in the current documents of transfer of development credits, and this goes back to also the state of California's natural resource safeguards of California, which states that the use of natural infrastructure solutions to mitigate climate change. And it says restore and conserve natural systems, restore, including wetlands. The NRA document also goes on to say, in order to minimize the adverse effects of sea level rise and storms, that the state should consider not to build or plan, lease, fund, or permit any significant structures where sea level rise and storm surge are issues. Again, I'm not sure where this has gone from where it is a flood zone to it's not, you can build housing. This really needs to be addressed. But I want to thank the planning staff for everything they have done with this.
Thank you. Ron Kelson, followed by Cheryl and Tim Blanchard.
Evening. Not looking forward to being back here, but I am. We was going through the general plan, and the existing general plan was based upon the remarks for what it should be, were based upon the assemblage of all the properties between the highway and Danman and the berm and the ocean. And it was kind of a plan that was designed not to work almost, but in the sense that it took 13 individual properties that either were vacant or built or were with different attributes. And so we purchased the property when it was 16 years past the time that the general plan was written. And my thinking at the time was, in another 4 years, you've got to redo something. You've got to redo the general plan. The law says you have to. What we didn't know was there was no teeth in it, in the sense that there was nothing to be done if you ignored it. If you ignored it, you ignored it. And so far, we're on, I guess, what, the 39th year of the general plan that's pretty much out of date at this point. And we think that Jim, I can't think, Jim, who was lived up on the hill, I just looked at his name, was the councilman and the mayor here for a long time. Surfer. Freeland. I couldn't think of it, sorry. And I was with him up at his place one time when he was, after we'd kind of been through this, and he was calling for the idea that people could work together and find something to come out of it. And unfortunately, that's just never kind of materialized. We went to the meetings at the PCC for about a year and a half, and nothing came of it. I mean, we offered at one point in time, we had different plans that were done in 2002 by University of Cal and University of Stanford that did renderings and interviewed all the people on the hill, interviewed the council members. Is that done? Still going. So we just never found anything that was working. But the housing crisis that there is now was a lot different then. The land that there is was a lot different then. Now there's not much of either. And it's pretty obvious in the sense that a lot of people are having a pretty hard time to find a place. And it was our thinking that when we bought the property, that we would kind of go in and work with the neighbors and figure out what they wanted, but it just kind of never materialized. And so, anyway, I've got 27 minutes, but that's kind of what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl, followed by Tim Blanchard and Mark Steckbart.
Cheryl Carlson Property, Peter Point. When we purchased the property in 96, 97, it was designated C2 with zoning of up to 22 units per gross acre. That's from the GPU 1980, General Plan 1980. In the 2014 General Plan update draft, the property was downzoned to a density of 15 units per gross acre. Our property was given a novel designation, the CRMU, which appears well thought out, as Mr. Murdoch said last week, flexible, which is key, and includes public, open space, coastal access, and a combination of visitor serving and housing. The CRMU density, as described, is unique. It's evaluated in a complex way involving calculations and evaluation and protection of environmental resources. On August 26th, the density assessment for CRMU became confused and overlapped with residential designation densities, including medium density of 10 to 15 and low density 3 to 9 units per gross acre. These designations are not the same. And in addition, Council and Planning Commissioner members discussed lowering the density of our property further to 3 to 5 units per gross unit. The density would prohibit the potential development of housing that may include seniors, veterans, or affordable housing that the city is required to have. As most know, the process to obtain a building permit is long and has many steps that safeguard the process. These include obtaining studies, having meetings with planning, the public, coastal commission, city council, etc. Issues such as density, mitigation of the drainage water, which floods during rainy season, coastal access, open space will be evaluated. Why not allow the complex process that's described in the CRMU to determine the final product instead of prohibiting potential needed development during a housing crisis? We are against the city restricting the density on our property to 3 to 5 units. We request further study and discussion of the designation of our property. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Blanchard, Mark Steckbart, Lori Goldberg.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Planning Commission. I stand with the other members that have spoke earlier against the managed retreat. I'm a member of Fairway Park, or resident of Fairway Park, I should say. I've lived in Pacifica for 36 years. I have one simple thing to say. We can make this whole thing a lot simpler. Why are we making a decision 80 years in the future when nobody in this room will be here then? Why don't you make a 20 or 25-year plan and revisit it at that point in time? Common sense, simple, why not? Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Steckbart, Lori Goldberg, Remy Tam.
Thank you. There's a document in front of you discussing a bright line statement that should, in my opinion, be the first paragraph of the LCP that says 2 salient things, one of which is managed retreat is rejected, and 2, if council is serious about this, and I hope you are, that seawalls berm and fill the gaps and will all be maintained. Everything east is dry. There's no reason for any other language, verbiage, or restrictions between Highway 1 and the shoreline if all the protective structures are maintained. They'll be dry, use normal building codes, get on with it, no further discussion. So, but I also think you need a lawyer's opinion because this is going to end up in court. And a lot of homeowners are going to get very upset if 5 years from now this all falls apart because there's internal inconsistencies that I think any plaintiff attorney will exploit. So staff says in December 10th on revision A, managed retreats out. Now, if they're confident that that wipes out 505 mentions of managed retreat, I want a lawyer to say that makes sense and they are capable of defending it in Superior Court. And if it isn't, then you guys have to have another gut check. And then that takes me to Hazard Policy 26, which says, starting off, Structures will be maintained. That's great. 2 sentences later, elevate development structures to mitigate flood damage. Now, why is that there? In the same paragraph, we have seawall maintenance and then elevate structures for flood damage. You can't have it both ways. And some plaintiff's attorney is going to go to the judge saying, I think city council's lost their mind. It's Pacifica. They made a mistake. The hazard policies all say this is a mess. The adaptation policies don't match it. Therefore, the court's got to step in and fix it, and homeowners pay. Not a good idea. So you need a lawyer's opinion. Third, December 13th extension of the grant has got to be extended. You're not going to get done by December 31st. So either Coastal Commission waives it, or you guys ask, or we go to Kevin Mullen. The issue is, it's not going to get done. Residential guidance is being cooked up by the Coastal Commission as we speak. It'll probably come out in December or January. It's going to be horribly confiscatory. You're going to have to address it, so it won't be done. And then finally, September 9 to do this all over again. There's no time. Staff is not going to come out with a report tomorrow night so that the public can read it to get ready for a Monday, September 9th meeting, unless you expect us to work all over weekend like you did for the last 3-day weekend. So you can't do it. You need a bright line, a clarion call to defend pro-homeowner rights, and get a lawyer's opinion to say it's going to work. And if the lawyers say they can't defend it, you're going to have to fix it. Thank you.
Ray Goldberg, followed by Remy Tan and Les McDonald.
I've lived in Pacifica about 40 years now, and I actually rented at one time at Lands and Apartments, which is now Ocean Air. And people are talking about, we should only have a 25, 30-year plan. Well, in about 30, 40 years, I saw houses that fell into the ocean or had to be torn down on Esplanade. I've seen apartment places. So we need a long-term plan, not just 20 or 30 years. And one man mentioned, oh, well, we won't be here in 80 years. But what about your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids? Where are they going to be? We have global warming going on. We have glaciers melting. We have all kinds of things happening. And we're putting more and more people and more pressure on our land. We've got to be looking at this stuff in a realistic, environmental way. There's a Coastal Commission, and they're there for a reason. If they had been around, possibly, when the houses on Esplanade before they fell into the water, they may not have built there. Look at all those apartments that have been torn out and people who lost where they lived. I go to Land's End by there sometimes, I'm shocked. When I lived there, there was a lot of land. There was a gazebo. Now, the land is almost up to the parking lot now. I mean, it's been eroded so much. And I hate to say it, but Mother Nature usually wins. And also, who's going to be paying if we're going to be putting up all these walls and rocks and the sand disappears, which I used to walk from Lands End Apartments or Ocean Air Apartments all the way to the pier and back. And you want to lose the beach? You want to affect the ocean? You want to affect the animals in it? And then these people are complaining about, well, my property and whatever. Well, I live in Valimar. No one said anything to me, and I've brought this up before. I'm in a fire hazard zone. I have to pay extra, separate from my homeowner's insurance. No one gave me a choice. No one said, well, you can have goats up on your hill to eat the bushes and whatever. I was not given a choice. And a lot of insurance places, if I go to them, I cannot be insured. So I'm not sure what's going on with that because I didn't even have a choice. And a lot of people in my neighborhood in Valimar didn't have a choice. But these people are looking at their immediate future. We should be looking down the road, long down the road. And also, I'm always wondering, it seems like there wants to be a lot of development happening in Pacifica and this multi-use and these block houses and block live-work areas. Where are all these cars and these people? I mean, people in my neighborhood, the garbage men can't even get by to get up to my, ambulances can't even get up my street because people have more than one car. They park on both sides of the street and they can't get through. So where are all these cars going to go? Where are they going to park? You know, I mean, there's 2 people living in a house in my neighborhood and there's 7 cars.
Thank you. Remy Tan, Les McDonald, and Joanne Gold.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and Planning Commission. Thank you for really pushing forth this process. It's been long in coming. 40 years is way too long. It should have been updated every 10 years per the laws. But right now we are in such a huge housing crunch right now. I've lived here in Pacifica 22 years, raised my 3 kids, and I can say none of them, even with a good college education, can't afford to live in Pacifica at the rate house prices are. And it's a plain old supply and demand. We're not building enough houses, not only in Pacifica, but in the entire Bay Area. I mean, we got people commuting from Los Baños and the Central Valley, to work here, and then that's driving costs of construction and other services as these people have to do 2-3 hour commutes. So this sort of thing has got to stop. We have a unique chance now with the general plan and update to actually densify Pacifica in a smart way, with smart growth planning. We should be adding dense housing where we have all of our commercial centers, which, fortunately for us is along Highway 1, which is our main traffic corridor. And if we densify along this corridor, people can walk to the shops. We can increase bus service and make the bus service much more frequent, 5-10 minute intervals instead of half an hour or 1 hour intervals, and we'll get people out of their cars. And in the future, as we go with self-driving Ubers and Lyfts, that would also limit the impact of these vehicles in the neighborhoods and valleys by keeping the development along the 1 corridor in high density. So I hope you guys take a look at, relook at the, what's on the general plan right now, and look at significant increases in density in our neighborhood commercial districts for residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Les McDonald and Joanne Gold, and that's the last card I have, but I see others.
Yeah, my name is Les McDonald. I'm the broker that sold Mr. and Mrs. Cowson the property, good God, about 25 years ago. And from the beginning until where we are now, Mr. and Mrs. Cowson have met with a couple of mayors, city managers, planning directors, and all they've ever looked for was a viable project that the current zoning allowed. As far as the property to the north, across the ditch, I think it's Rick Lee that owned it. Ron never opposed it. Mr. Blackburn owns the property on the south side of his property. He never opposed it. All he's looking for is a project that's viable. I know affordable housing is an issue for the city of Pacifica, like it is everywhere. If it's viable, if it works for the city of Pacifica, they're willing to look at it. And all the PPCA is opposed, and Mr. Casilla is opposed, no matter what he's brought up. So it's 25 years later, and whatever the zoning allows that the city is happy with, they're willing to discuss it and try to work it out. And so anyway, it's the first time I've been down here in Pacifica for a while. I've been a broker 54 years. I sold a lot of property in the past in Pacifica, all the way down to 18,000 for the 3-bedroom, 1-bath ranchers. But I'm here because I can tell you that they both tried to work with the city, and the PPCA and Mr. Casilla has opposed everything that they've ever brought up to you. So that's all I wanted to say. I don't need 5 minutes, but thank you, and thank you for listening to me, okay?
Thank you. Yeah. Joanne Gold, Susan Miller, and Julie Lancel, and then that's the last card.
Hi, Joanne Gold, and I was here at the last meeting, and I'm not going to be repeating what I said last time, and I really do appreciate how much everybody listened to all of our comments at the last meeting and took it into consideration. And it was not our intent to suck all the air out of the room by dominating the conversation, but it's clear that this whole community is very passionate and that this is a very, very important issue for us, not because of any personal gain, but because of the importance of this piece of land to the city of Pacifica and to our general plan. I came here today because many of us left that last session feeling that there was perhaps a rush to judgment on the decision to maintain the land use as CRMU, and that was made just because of the time pressures of the meeting. Also because there were so many public comments and the time limit was reduced to 2 minutes, many of the speakers had to change their planned remarks and were unable to include details that they really intended to advocate for having the field designated as low-intensity visitor-serving commercial, which is something that Christian Murdoch even pointed out as being the closest to its current use. There is, a lot of conversation about commercial not being viable, and without having the input of the community saying we really wanted low-intensity visitor-serving commercial, there was kind of a movement to go into a discussion of residential and a level of density that was acceptable, which is just not the case. There are many viable economic options within the designation of LIVC. We talked about seasonal pumpkin patches, farm stands, plant nurseries, outdoor event venues, all these really exciting things that could be done in the field that we discussed with Mr. Carlson when he was a part of the PPCA board, when we invited him to serve on the board to work with us. We talked about all of these wonderful ideas, but he was really only focused on the change to residential. He bought that field knowing it was zoned commercial. He's entitled to benefit from it economically as much as he is able to legally without draining the wetland habitat without permits as he did in 2006. And he is able to benefit from it without trying to change the land use category to increase its profitability solely as he's been doing for the past 20 years. The proposed change in land use to CRMU or of any kind of residential use, regardless of density, will cause an irreversible loss of biological resources, a loss of recreational resources, and it will intensify flood hazards in our community to a catastrophic degree. I therefore respectfully urge you to resume your deliberations and to reconsider the decision to maintain the proposed CRMU designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Miller and then Julie Lancel.
Hi, I'm Susan Miller. I've been a Rockaway Beach Valley resident for the last 35 years. Thank you for listening to me one more time. I would like to see the general plan speak to some of the following ideas. I believe that the complex planning and public health safety dilemmas in Rockaway Valley required a detailed study. I would like to see a specific plan be prepared for the Rockaway Valley area. This plan should address the unique design character of our valley and address our infrastructure. The zoning and general plan discrepancy needs to be addressed to reflect the minimum lot size in the very low density requirements of many of the remaining lots along the paper streets in Rockaway Beach. I would like to see specific development criteria for lots that contain or are adjacent to the Rockaway Creek. For any development in Rockaway, there needs to be a consideration to the impact of added traffic on the nature of the area, the impact on current residents, exiting in case of natural disaster, and an impact on already congested Fassler Avenue and Highway 1 interchange. I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Lancel.
I thank you all so much for all your good work. I know how hard it is. Thank you. I was a member of the Open Space Task Force report when it was established, and spent almost 4 years working on that report. And that report, in addition to identifying properties that could be considered for open space protection, it also included strategies for how to acquire it. You know, to not expect that de facto, a vacant property can just be used by the public, but that compensation was required. And I mean, that's how we acquired Maury Point. It took years you know, and we worked with a variety of owners of that property, but in the end, we were able to purchase it, and that was as in the Pacifica Land Trust. I was part of that at that time. So when I look at the Cowson property, it's really a wonderful big field, you know, that everyone enjoys in Pedro Point. But the key is that just because it's there, and by the way, in private ownership, you know, means that it's really not, you know, a neighborhood park. And in order for it to be a neighborhood park, it has to be acquired. You know, it has to be purchased, you know, and a community can get together. I mean, one of the strategies in the Open Space Task Force report was forming a neighborhood assessment district, where a neighborhood would decide that they wanted to acquire a property, and it would become something that they would pay off over time for having it. So I just, I present this as a solution, you know, that there is a solution. And the neighborhood assessment district would work. You know, and of course, you know, the negotiation, Mr. Cowson needs to, you know, if he goes along with it or is satisfied with the offer, perhaps he would choose that as a better solution than having to take on a big development, you know. And so I'm just presenting that as something to think about, that there are other options. They involve compensating the property owner. And there are strategies, and specifically the neighborhood assessment district, where it could be acquired. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And I encourage everyone to just think about that.
Thank you. And we obviously did allow people to talk who spoke last week, so if anybody would like to speak, please raise your hand, or we'll bring it back to council. Seeing no one, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to council and planning commission. Comments?
Could I bring up the Crespi property, 580 Crespi? Mm-hmm. I think we should probably just leave it as is and not have it as mixed use. There's very few properties in Pacifica that I believe that's C3 now for those kind of manufacturing jobs. I mean, the rest are probably northern Palmetto by Recology, and I just think it would be beneficial because if with 100 employees, that's probably about the 4th or 5th largest employer in Pacifica would be that one site. In addition to that, a lot of the stores or businesses there provide revenue, sales tax. The Candy Cozen, the Blue Moon Music, the Closet Company, the Mail Order Company, and the Historical Book Company. So I think it provides revenue. It employs over 100 people per the statement of the person. So I would move that we just leave 580 Crespi as is, because there are so few C3 zoned properties for light manufacturing in Pacifica. If you put housing there, the guy upstairs will complain about the machines running to manufacture. That's my thought.
Can we get an explanation on why, I know we need housing, but what was the reason for the change?
So this is, I'll start. This is a change that was shown in the 2014 draft. So many of us here don't have a lot of the history of why that was selected. I will say that in order for a mixed-use center to work, to be developed there, it would require consolidation of much more than just the Mr. Razmi's property. And given the focus, perhaps with direction from council, to look at some of our existing shopping centers as where perhaps density could be developed on top of those businesses, that perhaps this is an area that we can look at alternative designations if that's what the City Council and Planning Commission would like to do.
And if you'll recall back to the last study session on August 26th, Not changing designations is problematic, but we can find perhaps as one of the alternatives the next closest designation that would align with the current use of the site, potentially the service commercial land use designation in the draft general plan, which contemplates manufacturing type uses.
Just to clarify, the type of businesses that are in Crespi Center, such as the manufacturing, the mail order, the closet company and stuff, those would not be allowed in Lindemar, Eureka Square, Rockaway Beach, Pedro Point. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. The mail service business, perhaps, but the others certainly would not be.
I mean, that would only be subject to Kimco allowing it, right?
That's correct. The property owner would have to authorize it.
And just to be really clear, so if it was to be changed to a mixed-use center, then these businesses there would have to leave, is that right? Or they wouldn't be allowed to conduct business there anymore? Is that what I'm understanding?
That's not the case. So the businesses that are established there, they do have a vested right to continue operating as they were permitted under the regulations at the time of their approval. What this would affect, as some of the commenters said, is the potential for the site to redevelop, perhaps to update the buildings and continue the use, or in the event of a significant casualty or catastrophe or disaster at the site, they may not be allowed to rebuild. So it would essentially create what's called a nonconformity at the site, where what exists does not comply with what the regulations say should be there, and it can present complications for the ongoing operation of businesses should they want to renovate or relocate uses from one part of the site to another. There are practical challenges, but the uses would not have to stop operating.
Could you say again what the designation was that you thought might be a fit?
So the service commercial use on page 4-8 of the draft general plan would likely be the next best fit. And that indicates industrial and heavy commercial uses such as auto repair, equipment rental, storage, and materials salvage. And there's also the potential for us to explore other options if it's the intent of the council and commission to allow this to operate in an ongoing basis, to figure out other strategies as well. I think just hearing the general guidance would help us, and then we can prepare some recommendations for future consideration.
I'm curious about our planning commissioners. Do you have comments on this?
I would agree with Councilman O'Neill on the keeping the zoning the same, and I think that I'm not sure if one of the reasons the look to Crespi happened was, I think it was in 2011, 2012, we had a study session on upzoning North Palmetto, which there'd been a lot of discussion of, we've got this beautiful stretch of California coastline that is underutilized, or there's a lot of folks who thought it might be underutilized, not the best uses of that land. And it could be upzoned to something that would be, I don't know, something to be discussed. And I don't know if the focus went from there to Crespi or not, but I know that was we actually had a joint commission council study session on that some years back. We didn't ultimately go that way, but I wonder if that idea migrated over to Crespi.
I think from the staff's perspective, the site has a lot of opportunity for envisioning future redevelopment, to create it as an activity center, given its location near the beach, close proximity to schools and shopping. And so there is a lot of opportunity, but on the other hand, in its current use, it is a very unique site within Pacifica that provides, I think, a variety of essential uses and employment opportunities that you can't find elsewhere in town.
Well, I tend to agree with both the comments that have been made so far, or I guess all the comments have been made so far. I mean, it would be nice if there was some way to arrive at a general plan land use designation that would allow the flexibility for a residential use without necessarily turning the existing uses otherwise authorized in the general plan into legal non-conforming uses. Perhaps there's no way to sort of cut that knot, but certainly like the idea of that flexibility being built into the general plan, giving sort of the long-term nature of the document and the fact that we're in an evolving environment.
I would tend to agree with Commissioner Niblin on flexibility being the word, without them losing any ground and being able to maintain what they have, whatever the circumstances may be. It would be nice if within that context, they would have the flexibility to revision it if they so chose.
I would like to say that, to reiterate that they're not going to be forced out of business. They're going to, their businesses aren't going to be closed down because of this. It would be grandfathered in. It would take quite a disaster to eradicate the entire center. So I'm actually comfortable with...
They can't hear you, Tom. Can you take the microphone closer?
I have a microphone that's not working.
Would you like to use this one?
I would love to use that one. Okay, I'll restate. One, the property as it is now would be grandfathered in, and the likelihood of a disaster that would remove everything might also remove the ability of those people to redevelop anyway. And thirdly, we are going to have to plan for the future, and that area could be a nice mixed-use area. When that happens, when those businesses are no longer there, it could be upgraded to an area that's beneficial for the entire community.
Well, I have to say I certainly understand and believe there's a lot to what Commissioner Clifford has to say. I was really kind of trying to have it both ways, effectively, which is to say, messaging, sort of the city's support for the proposition that the current uses are valuable and an important and integral part of sort of our land use patterns, while at the same time, sort of recognizing that things may change. And we ought to have built into our general plan the notion that if things do change, then housing or a mixed use opportunity ought to be something the general plan authorizes and allows.
Laura,
go ahead.
I have a couple questions. So the possible proposed service commercial, would that exclude restaurants and food service? I know there's a couple existing restaurants there.
Yeah, I think it's a rather short land use description in the draft general plan. It would not be readily apparent that food type use, like a restaurant, would be permissible.
Okay. I think it is nice to have the restaurants in that location. And then another question I have is, so I understand that if a hazard were to happen and redevelopment were to happen, then the proposed infrastructure would have to comply with the zoning. But if there were just building improvements, so ADA improvements needed, how would the new zoning requirements or new land use requirements be implemented onto the project?
It's tough to generalize with so many hypothetical considerations, but I would say generally under the current non-conforming zoning standards that the city has, minor alterations like accessibility improvements for those with disabilities, minor tenant improvements to just update the space for a new tenant, those typically would be allowable. It's intensifying uses or changing one non-conforming use for another, or changing the area of a site where the non-conforming use is occurring, such as building a second story where there wasn't one, or building on a new part of the site where there was not a building. Those are intensifications of the non-conformity which would not be allowable.
Okay. I mean, that kind of leads me to think that the chances of having to implement mixed use would probably be lower, but still at the same time, disasters happen. Another question, so I know elsewhere in the proposed general plan updates, there was mention of flexibility between horizontal and vertical residential for mixed use. So I interpret that as an example would be if a property owner at the site, had to redevelop, and they had to implement housing. It doesn't necessarily have to be vertical, it could be horizontally added, correct?
That's the type of flexibility that we're seeking. You know, part of the complication which you might be leading to is that we don't currently have a mixed-use designation which would allow the range of uses that exist at this site. So we would have to come up with something like mixed-use production, for example, something that would integrate both types of uses and then provide the flexibility for vertical or horizontal mixed-use integration. Certainly, to Councilmember O'Neill's point, noise, vibration, odors, those are considerations. We may have to tighten up that menu of uses slightly to make sure they're not entirely incompatible, but we'd also have to make sure that current construction methods and insulation and acoustic attenuation, you know, wouldn't be able to adequately address those as well. So there's more analysis to be done on the staff's part. That's why we were asking for general guidance on the outcome
Sure.
rather than prescription on the solution at this point, if we can limit to that.
And then just last question, can you elaborate on kind of how it would be, in your opinion, staff's opinion, detrimental to keep it as it currently is? Is it mainly because the new general plan doesn't currently have that designation anymore?
I'm not sure that that's the detrimental outcome. If you look at the land use map that's proposed, you can see all the way from the east into the west, this property would be right in the middle of an area indicated for mixed-use center. So it would drastically limit the ability of that entire area to potentially consolidate in the future and for one large, well-planned out, master plan, mixed-use center development to potentially occur.
Okay.
Now, there's any number of considerations that could prevent that from happening anyways, but that's one drawback to keeping the site in some other designation than mixed-use center.
Okay. Similar to Commissioner Nieblen, it would be great to have a hybrid or a compromise. I know that I certainly don't believe that the current property owners should have to change their entire business potentially if there were a fire. I feel like that would be very, very unfortunate.
I have a couple questions.
Well, Mary actually was next.
Oh, no, Can I be next after Mary?
No, you can go.
Can I be next after Mary, after Mike? After Mike. Thank you.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, you're proposing a change for 580 Crespi. What about the property next door, which is RV parking and some storage units and kind of almost, not quite similar, but kind of similar? Industrial look use.
That's right. That entire segment, I believe, from the area where Crespi dips down to the south, so where the Pacifica Athletic Center is and the Babyface Boxing, that shopping center, all the way west to the site right next to the community center. That entire block is proposed, that triangular piece, if you will, is proposed currently to become mixed-use center.
So that means like where Kenny's restaurant is and the bar, and there's a gym there, et cetera, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Music. I wanted to know, comment really, the service commercial use that you described earlier. Some of the items that you listed included auto repair and salvage. And I would like to ask for what you said a moment ago, some other definition that could encompass what is currently there, but doesn't open the door to new other commercial uses that are not presently there. We have a housing area right on the back fence, and I think that in addition to any potential mixed use with people upstairs that don't exist right now, we have housing that does exist right now. So I think we have to be really mindful of that. And so I would ask that in terms of your request for guidance, I would ask that be a limitation in the definition.
I'd like to welcome Ryan Kraske. Thank you.
I'm done.
Oh, I'm up. Okay. So is it possible to have the flexible statement added, and what would that look like?
I think it likely is possible to craft something with some flexibility. I think we'll have to discuss internally as staff perhaps what the optimal outcome of that is. Certainly, it's within the city's purview and often desirable to have land use regulations which differ from the current land use so that areas can shape and redevelop over time and achieve long-term planning goals. Certainly, it sounds like there's a near-term and potentially also a long-term benefit to keeping this site with the mix of uses that it has. It's very unique in town, provides employment, small business creation opportunities, and so forth. That's why we'd like the flexibility to figure out what we think might be the optimal recommendation for how to achieve that desire to keep what we have, but also provide flexibility in the future.
Yeah, and it's my concern to protect the businesses that are there right now, because they've been there for a while, most of them, right? I mean, I don't know how long PCT's been there, but so to protect the businesses that are there is one of my main concerns. So if we could somehow state that, it would be good for me.
Councilmember O'Neill, did you confirm that this is the only site in Pacifica that is zoned as it is right now? So.
Oh, no, North Palmetto has a similar zoning, C3.
Okay,
you
so
know, like where the car the debris, the recycle yard in that area is up there. But there's still not a lot of C3, which is the manufacturing blue collar type of jobs.
Right. Okay. We received a lot of feedback from this site, and nobody wanted it changed. I was happy to hear Planning Director Wermeister's and Christian Murdoch's suggestion that it could possibly remain the same. If we had a little flexibility, that would be great. However, I don't think there should be any effect to the current businesses there, just given so few of these designations in the city. They would completely have to move out of the city, and again, hundreds of people that have worked in this Crespi Center. I also agree that it would be nice to be able to have restaurant space there if something were to close and open back up. It is a unique space, and I didn't even know that there was a scientific facility there. It's pretty neat. It actually seems like we should be talking about that more. So my recommendation would be to remain as is, or with some change, but little to no effect on the current businesses. Also, in the event of an of a disaster. I don't know if that's possible.
I can't imagine a huge disaster like that happening, but it does. So the first thing that came to my mind is it's never going to burn down. That's not true. Things happen. I am definitely in favor of adding more housing wherever we can, because we do have the housing problem. But I can see that if someone's pounding away on metal and someone's upstairs, it's not going to be a good mix together. But I do agree with John Niblin that we should have flexibility to be able to do different things with the site, just in case it does happen to burn all the way to the ground. Flexible.
Okay, being we are talking about 3 parcels, the Kenny's parcel, the RV parking parcel, and Crespi Business Center, there is nothing stopping anybody that, buys the Kenny's parcel, the RV, or this one, letting leases run out and then applying to build mixed use or housing, correct?
That's correct.
So basically what we're talking is, if a tenant moves out, okay, then we have a new zoning on it, they would have to deal with getting a different type of permit or whatever, or permission to put the same type of business in there, because it would then become a non-conforming use, right? If we change the zoning?
So, for example, if in one of the shop spaces the cabinet maker left and another cabinet maker came in, our non-conforming regulations likely would not cause that a problem for that business owner. But if the cabinet maker left and the wine maker wanted to come in, that may be a problem. Or the welding shop wanted to come in, that might be a problem. So going from one non-conforming use to a different non-conforming use could be a problem.
Right.
Same to same, not likely to be a problem.
But there's nothing stopping if an owner buys it, lets the leases run out and wants to upgrade it to mixed use or just pure residential. There's nothing stopping anybody from doing that.
That's correct. If we continued and the council adopted the mixed-use center designation, someone could come clear out the spaces and redevelop the site, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I pushed the button this time. So about letting the leases run out, they don't all run out at the same time. So I wonder how that would work as a practical matter in terms of, I mean, I get a disaster where the entire place is leveled and has to be rebuilt and either can or cannot be rebuilt as is. But in terms of letting a lease, you know, when it lapses, not re-signing, you have that business space empty now, and you're waiting for these 3 to run out in 5 years or something. I guess I'm wondering how, as a practical matter, that can be put together. And I don't expect us to figure that out tonight. I just raise it as a concern.
Well, what I have seen is it's a business decision of the property owner or the new property owner. So they can buy out the leases early, but it's going to be probably at a large cost. And so if the return on whatever else they were going to do with the property is high, sometimes new owners do buy out all of those leases. If not, if they don't want to take that gamble and put up that money up front, they will wait, and then you will have, you know, vacant spots until all of the leases run out.
Or you may see that they fail to renew leases, but they'll allow them to go to month, and then you'll see a mass vacation of the space rather than this sort of space by space.
Okay, thank you.
Which is displacing our businesses. So we need to be very careful about that.
Right.
Any other comments? Do we have direction? Sort of. Thank you.
So if it pleases the mayor, we may continue the key sites discussion on packet page 13.
Can I just get a little clarification on what the direction was for that? I just want to make sure we all, I think we agreed on something, but can you repeat what I think we agreed on?
What I heard is that there's concern about changing the designation. If there is a change, we hope that there's the ability for the uses to continue without adversely affecting the existing businesses. Perhaps we're open to other kinds of solutions as well, other than just changing to service commercial. And there's some interest in flexibility to also include residential uses in the future.
Thank you.
That was great. Thanks.
Just one site down.
I don't know how you got that together. Okay, next.
The next on the list on package page 13, we have the Odstat school site, 930 Odstat Boulevard. As many folks know, this is a former elementary school owned by the Pacifica School District. They've expressed publicly their intention to pursue a workforce housing project on the site. The public and semi-public land use designation that exists currently would complicate that process, and so should the council redesignate this to low-density residential, which is staff's recommendation, that would eliminate one of the roadblocks to the Pacific School District advancing their project in the future.
Can I just, City Attorney, when I was on the school board, I voted to surplus the land and, you know, for affordable housing. Can I discuss this, or do I have to step down since I have a prejudicial or preconceived vote?
The decision that you made, didn't involve financial interest, is that correct?
Well, it did, because it declared this property surplus for the school district to potentially sell it if the school district decided to.
Not
but, oh, my personal?
for you.
No, I don't own that instead. Yeah.
I don't see it. Are you able to make this decision in an unbiased manner?
Well, I voted already. Yeah, I can, but I mean, I've already voted one way at the school board. Okay.
And
okay.
I think along similar lines, I should note for the record, I'm actually employed by the County Council's office, and the Pacifica School District is a client of our office. Probably it would behoove me to recuse myself from this discussion.
So if anybody feels that they have bias or an interest that would prevent them from making an unbiased decision on this
Yes.
Well, you should state for the record that
Yeah.
that you have that.
I work for the Pacifica School District, and potentially, because the specific rules have not been identified as to which employees, what are the criteria for being able to live in the housing, what's been discussed so far, every meeting I ever attended, I wouldn't qualify, but none of that's been codified. So in discussing it, I think the conclusion has been I would need to recuse.
I don't have enough information to make a decision to provide you with advice right now, but if you feel that this is an issue, then I would recommend that you state for the record that you're concerned and leave the room, and we can evaluate it at some later date.
And again, I'll reiterate my employment by the county council's office and the fact that the county council's office does in fact represent the school district.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No.
Questions? Mary?
So the proposed designation, does that fit into what Pacifica School District wants to do?
It does. The developer that was selected by the school district, I've been in contact with him, and he's shared with me the preliminary outlines of what that project would look like.
Okay.
In terms of density on a gross and a net basis, the low-density residential land use designation would be consistent with that project.
I appreciate the work you did. Thank you.
Tom?
I would be in favor of this change.
I would also be in favor of this change.
I would be in favor.
I have a question before making the same exact statement. Because the site occurs to me as being a good opportunity for a higher density zoning as well, I just want to confirm, so there's no question in my mind, the discussion you've had is this is what they want to do with the property, therefore this is the appropriate zoning based on what they want to do with the property. They're not going to want to do anything higher than this, correct?
They've not expressed that interest at this point. I think they understand there's a limited market, if you will, for this type of housing, since it's limited potentially to Pacific School District staff and employees. And so to go higher, it would probably result in more units than they could reasonably occupy at this time.
It's a conversation I'd love to have with that person, but that's not what we're doing tonight, so I will agree that this is a good idea.
I'm in favor with the proposed change.
Also in favor.
Also in favor.
I am, well, so with these 9 dwelling units per acre maximum, sorry, how many acres is this site? Will that allow for 70 houses eventually?
Yes, so the calculations that the school district's developer provided me is that the total area is approximately 12.5 acres. The area of the quote-unquote development parcel is approximately 7.4 acres. So I think we would be talking about something like a clustered housing where we take density from the entire site, shrink it into a smaller footprint, and then preserve the play fields, for example. Right.
Yes, I've heard they were planning to preserve the playing fields, and I think that's really important for the neighborhood.
Right.
And the rest of Pacifica.
So with the 70 units they're proposing, it falls right within that low-density residential range.
Then I totally agree.
Thank you.
And just for clarification for the public, the suggestion is that this site would be used for workforce housing. So folks who are employed by the Pacifica School District would be able to live there at a lower cost, be able to save money to eventually buy a home, be able to live and work in Pacifica, and it would be a win-win for everyone.
And it would allow a lot of people to be able to simply walk to work or bike to work, therefore taking cars off the road. So it's an important factor for keeping teachers in Pacifica too, because a lot of them don't have the ability to afford what it costs here.
Staff housing, not just teachers.
Staff housing.
So custodial, administrative, et cetera.
Workforce, school district,
The only
full
one excluded
workforce.
is the superintendent, I think.
I think we have clear direction on that one.
Thank you.
I'll get up and call everyone back in, because I want to stay.
pass without my vote. Question, does this mean that they won't have to come to us for a zoning change? Because right now it's zoned public facility.
So they very likely will need to come to the Planning Commission and City Council for a zone change. The site, as I recall, is zoned R1, single-family residential. However, the form of development and the clustering of the development is better suited, if not required, to be under the PD plan development zoning. So you very likely will see a rezoning as part of this project.
Thank you.
Next.
So, Madam Mayor, moving on to packet page 15, the Lower Cattle Hill site. The site is privately owned. The existing designation is commercial. It's on the east side of Highway 1, between Our Savior Lutheran Church and Gorilla Barbecue is probably the easiest landmark. It's part of it is comprised of Caltrans right-of-way that's transitioning back to private parcels through Caltrans deed. The proposed designation in the 2014 draft general plan is service commercial. So again, that range of industrial, auto repair, salvage type uses. We're not sure as staff that is necessarily the best use for that site, given its good highway location and its proximity to other amenities in the area. We were suggesting council and commission consideration of mixed-use neighborhood or high-density residential. And the notes we have include that a mixed-use neighborhood or high-density residential designation would enable an affordable housing development or senior housing village to be developed at up to 30 units per acre if our other recommendations about maximum density are adopted. Service commercial uses such as industrial, heavy commercial, auto repair, storage, and material salvage do not seem to be appropriate for the site and will be incompatible with existing and proposed adjacent uses. So proposed adjacent uses include open space residential housing, so very low density to the east up the hillside, would not seem compatible in staff's opinion with auto salvage or other industrial type uses.
Deirdre.
How does this affect the current businesses that are there?
The site's vacant currently.
So it's not the lumberyard, it's not...
South of that. Yep.
So it's between Gorilla Barbecue?
I was just providing what might be a common reference. The Pacifica Lumberyard, or whatever the name was, that site just south of that.
So between the church and just south of the lumberyard, that vacant area?
Correct.
Okay.
Space goes.
Yep, got it. Okay, thank you, because I was a little bit concerned about that. And my thought on this for a very long time is that it's a great use of this site on a transit corridor when we're trying at a time to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, get people out of their cars, close to transit corridors, that this would be the best use of this land if anyone were to come in and want to do that.
And if the council and commission members can indicate if they think something mixed use or purely residential would be preferable, that would help also.
I would say the option of mixed use as well.
I would agree with Deirdre, mixed use and residential. Does mixed use also include like professional offices such as dentists, lawyers?
I believe it would, yes. Certainly the zoning would be more specific, but it talks about multifamily housing and building with retail, restaurant, or service uses, and housing or offices above.
Okay, thank you.
I would be in favor of that usage.
I think I would be too. I just had a question. I was sort of being somewhat familiar with with that stretch of road, as I guess we all are. Just kind of the comings and goings of, as I think through kind of mixed use, just kind of access to the road there. It's a fairly busy stretch, and just sort of thinking through the logistics of people accessing Highway 1.
Certainly, the transportation design would be a challenge at the site, but it's something that we're confident we could design through and figure out the circulation piece.
Yeah, notwithstanding those concerns, I think mixed use with a residential component I'd be in favor of.
I think mixed use would work. I would note that we did have a study session where Starbucks came in and wanted to put a store there. and the circulation aspects of it defeated their planning efforts. They couldn't figure out a way to not jam up traffic with customers basically turning off, especially in the morning, accessing that site. So I think real careful circulation traffic planning has to be done.
Certainly, and I think that supported in part staff's thoughts that a senior housing development might be more appropriate there, certainly lower trip generation during peak hours from that type of use, and perhaps the mixed use component could be services and uses complementary to that senior housing use. And so it may require some very specific site planning considerations, but I think it's helpful to hear that service commercial uses may not be as desirable there as a well-planned mixed use development.
King wanted to go in there. Remember?
Yeah, I would just like to echo Commissioner Campbell and Commissioner Niblin's comments about the traffic congestion piece. That's definitely a little bit of a bottleneck there in Route 1. But if proper traffic study was conducted, I'd be on board with a mixed-use facility there.
I agree with a mixed-use neighborhood as opposed to high density. I also want to echo the concerns of the traffic. I know a lot of Pacificans complain about that stretch, and I'd imagine an environmental impact review would happen for any development there. But wondering if the developer were to implement maybe like a bus stop or a park and ride, would that need to be included in any of the land use, or could it kind of be implemented along the mixed-use neighborhood?
I'm not sure that we have any policies that would automatically trigger a bus stop being installed here. Certainly for any significant development, we would look at opportunities to expand transit use. I think it's important to note that over the time horizon that a project would be considered at this site, state law would mandate that we do not use level of service for traffic impacts for environmental review any longer. And so compact mixed-use development actually may not have significant traffic impacts if the vehicle miles traveled are low enough. And so that this could be an opportunity for a project of this sort to take advantage, and certainly to keep vehicle miles traveled low. Alternative transportation strategies such as transit, such as linkages to bicycle and pedestrian paths, those are all opportunities to lower vehicle miles traveled.
Thank you. That's actually a great correlation, because the vehicle miles traveled is a new implementation that is happening throughout the area. Thanks, Christian.
Mixed use sounds good. Thank you.
There is a bus stop on the opposite corner at the gas station. It's very close if you walk, but sometimes people don't. I agree with this. There is also another way around behind. There's a driveway by the Gorilla Barbecue that goes around by the burrito, Guerrero's Taqueria. So there is another way that people can come in and out there, depending on who owns that. And it's a great way to go not directly onto the highway. And I agree with mixed use. Thank you.
I also agree with mixed use. Thank you.
Sorry, Mary.
Oh, no, it's good. It's good.
All right. Well, if we could move on then to
please
the former wastewater treatment plant site, 2212 Beach Boulevard, the site we're on currently. It's the former wastewater treatment plant, publicly owned by the city of Pacifica. The existing designation in the 1980 general plan is public facility. Certainly there's been much discussion about the redevelopment of this site. The current proposed designation is mixed-use center. There's some narrative here about the history of the site and how it would support other redevelopment activities. We're not proposing any change to that mixed-use center designation, and we wanted to confirm the council and the commission's intention in that regard, with the exception of incorporation of some feedback we received from public comments about providing some flexibility for non-hotel use. So if we've exhausted all reasonable possibilities, a more conventional mixed-use commercial and residential project, the land use regulations and narrative for this site should have the flexibility to achieve that. So we're hopefully seeking confirmation of the mixed-use center designation with the primary intention of a hotel and visitor serving redevelopment, but also with the fallback opportunity of a traditional mixed-use residential commercial development.
Comments?
Well, I guess I would state that I'm in favor of the mixed-use center with, frankly, the flexibility if, in fact, we were unable, to successfully bring to fruition our kind of primary goal of a hotel, something more traditional. So I think that it's well thought out, and I know it's been discussed at length. So I'm in favor of that designation with the kind of the adjustment has been described.
I'm in favor of keeping the commercial designation only. I think we're already, we need more commercial in this town, and we're already a bedroom community. I see the need for flexibility, but I'd hate for us to lose that commercial option.
And so, Commissioner Campbell, are you suggesting something other than mixed-use commercial?
No, mixed-use commercial.
But without the extra narrative about...
Without the extra narrative.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm in favor of the mixed-use commercial with the extra narrative for the hotel.
I'm in favor with the mixed-use center proposal. I think it's a good site for it.
I agree with mixed-use center with the added narrative.
I also agree with the mixed use with the narrative.
I also agree with the mixed use and the new narrative.
So the narrative just says it's preferable to have a hotel here? That's it?
Basically, yes. So should a project come forward and we're making findings for the permits about general plan consistency, making it clear that a hotel is the preferred use there would make it easy to find a hotel conforming. Should a hotel not come in, we would then have to do the next layer of analysis. Is this mixed use center intended to have a more traditional mixed use? If the narrative expressly says no, then we would have a more difficult time making the findings for approval of a project.
Well, I've been supportive of a hotel here, but I'm not sure it needs the extra narrative, given we've gone down that road a few times, and I feel that we might be better served not having that extra narrative in there, stipulating that we prefer a hotel. Sounds like I'm in the minority, but that's okay.
Councilmember Martin, I agreed with the pure mixed-use center as well. Just personally, it didn't seem like a need to identify preference on a hotel to me.
Okay, I misheard that then. So it sounds like at least 3 of us so far, without the extra narrative.
So I'd just like some confirmation. So the current narrative for the site suggests a hotel. So the extra narrative I was describing was extra narrative saying that as a fallback, should a hotel not prove feasible, a more traditional mixed-use development would be there. For those that are saying no extra narrative, it sounds like perhaps Councilmember Martin and Commissioner Berman were saying, don't add the, perhaps strip the narrative that we have now and just let it be a basic mixed-use center.
That's more what I'm in favor for, but sorry if I misunderstood you, Christian.
So there's a lot to handle.
I guess I want a little clarity again. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. And the narrative as currently drafted is pretty heavily indicating that a hotel is what we mean when we say mixed-use center.
For this site, certainly a mixed-use center across the city could have the more traditional form, could have a hotel. This site, there's narrative expressing the intention is for a hotel.
Okay, so read in context, if we got a proposal that wasn't a hotel, it would be quite possible to arrive at the conclusion that that might not be consistent with the general plan as stated for this particular site.
I think so, or it would affect the zoning that we propose to implement, where perhaps other types of mixed use would not be zoned here.
I think that'd be an unfortunate result for us to have general plan language that left that impression if we were discussing this down the road a ways. Unless again, it's the overall intent that that be the only thing that go there. But that would not be that's not where I would sit on this.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. I might have had it wrong, but so the extra narrative, I guess my concern was that if we didn't get the hotel, you could default to a residential mixed use project. So my worry is, and we've seen this a lot in the city, is where you have residential mixed use, which is mainly residential, and then maybe just a little bit of commercial squeezed into the bottom floor, but it's not really commercial centered. So that was my fear. I'd rather have it maybe flipped so the presumption it's going to be mainly commercial, maybe, but with some residential up top. I know that's been a concern up on the commission for years, is that residential mixed use is mainly 90% residential, and you squeeze a little office space, and then it's mixed use, and that doesn't really get at what we were trying to do there.
I would like to see something in there stating revenue producing to the city. Okay, because I had brought up earlier how, just similar to what Commissioner Campbell just said, is we have, we just approved a 950 square foot commercial space on Palmetto, and how viable is that as anything but a coffee shop, like a Starbucks or something like that? And then we approved a use permit for a gym, which brings in no service revenue. And there was also a gym approved at Pedro Point, which brings in no revenue. That I want to see something in there that will generate revenue. And the first highest and best use study the city did of that site recommended library, hotel, and some residential. And in order to get past the Coastal Commission, we do need to have visitors serving. So we almost have to have some hotel in there or whatever. But I would like to see something in there saying revenue producing, since this is like probably or hopefully the last city-owned lot that will be sold to get any revenue.
I agree with Councilmember O'Neill. I would, in fact, want to specifically see the inclusion of language about a hotel, because we've had many conversations about TOT and how that factors into our budget. So to carry on with his Councilmember O'Neill's comments about revenue producing, it seems to me that's a source of revenue. So I want to make sure we don't lose that in the designation.
And I also agree with Councilmember O'Neill that we do need to make sure that revenue producing comes out of this property.
Not ready to say anything just yet. Go ahead. Does anyone else want to say anything?
I'm the last one. I would like to see a hotel here. I was involved with the study that they did, where they decided they thought a hotel, some residential, and small shops would be the best for this site, and I agree with that.
And I think that's what I understood was the additional narrative, was that if the hotel site didn't make it, then it would be a mixed use with residential. And so that's definitely what I would be in favor of.
And I think we're all hoping for a hotel.
Can I just have one point of clarification, though? Commissioner Niblin made a point that I feel that is worth repeating, and I think that is, if we went out to bid, and the bid was directed at hotels, and we weren't to get, and none of them came to fruition, and we could have had an RFP that went out there that was a little more general and offered up the opportunity for more of a mixed use that was more viable, that we would be limiting ourselves if we only said that it was preferred for a hotel site. So I want to make it clear that I am not in favor of the preferential treatment to a hotel here. It would be nice, but I do feel that we've been going down this road for 20+ years, and since nothing has come to fruition, it's time to implement a new strategy.
Can we move on? Okay, go ahead.
Wasn't sure if Commissioner Niblin wanted to respond or not, but so it seems like the consensus is more than less. First step is try and make a solid go for getting to the hotel, and my understanding was the added narrative was, if that should not come to pass, then we have the flexibility available to us. So far, I'm understanding, right? So after that, does the narrative suggest mixed use more in favor of commercial or residential, or is it a very general statement?
So the mixed use center designation does not have a particular standard as far as how much should be commercial or how much residential. There are assumptions about build out, which is required for other analyses like traffic, for example. I think we would keep that in mind, certainly with the zoning standards that we develop, to try to mitigate the problem that Commissioner Campbell pointed to about quote unquote token commercial, where you do just enough to get it in the same building and you're really building a residential project. We've certainly been mindful of that in recent years as well as staff, and tried to minimize those kinds of projects. I think we would strive to have some very robust development standards for this site in the zoning to make sure that we get a true commercially oriented mixed-use project.
And I think I wanted to just confirm that I think City Council Member Martin had picked up the gist of what I was trying to get at. I myself am frankly more of the view that we ought to be more emphatic about the desire from a general plan perspective to see a mixed use center project that contemplated a hotel. I just don't think it makes sense to have us memorialized in the general plan a situation where we can't use the site at all unless we amend the general plan if in fact a hotel project ends up being unfeasible or non-feasible for some reason. Certainly do agree with the proposition that we ought to have something in the general plan that contemplates material, revenue to the city, whatever is developed there. And it's some quantification, something more than de minimis revenue as well.
Yeah, over and above property taxes.
I agree with that statement. I think it's also clear and maybe a little more flexible.
I agree with that statement too.
Let's move on to the next one.
Packet page 17, the next key site for discussion is the quarry site. The quarry site is privately owned. The 1980 designation is special area. The proposed 2014 designation is two designations, actually. One is visitor serving commercial for the lower portions. Some call it the bowl, and then the eastern parcel, the flatter portion of the quarry. And then a conservation designation on the upland areas and the riparian or creek corridor. And so this split would, in our opinion, preserve the most visually scenic portions of the quarry in a conservation status, which allow effectively no structural development, and then allow a purely visitor-serving orientation for the flatter, more appropriate areas for development on the quarry site. And the narrative for the quarry indicates that any future development there should be integrated with the existing Rockaway Beach Commercial District as a continuation and an enhancement of that district. And the general plan does also include a policy that indicates that a more refined, detailed planning process should be undertaken for the quarry to develop a precise mix of uses and type of development that is most advantageous to the city. And our proposal is not to change the visitor serving commercial and conservation designations in the 2014 draft.
And just to clarify, Christian, if the property owner decides to do some kind of development, it would have to go to a vote, correct?
If that development were to include residential, yes. If it were to be purely commercial, no.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question. This caveat that if they were to build one single house in the quarry would require a vote of the people, can that ever be removed, or is that permanent for the rest of the life of the quarry? How would someone go about removing that?
I believe it would take another measure subject to a public vote to lift the public vote restrictions.
Okay.
Well, if we're starting with me, I've got nothing to add to the the 2014 proposed designation. I think that I'd be in favor of what's proposed, and I see that there isn't any change proposed currently.
Same.
Excuse me.
Yeah, same.
I agree.
I have two questions. First is just with my ear to the ground, I hear things. Do we know if the property owner has intention for the land at this time?
So the current expressed intention, as I know it, is to reclaim the quarry, which is an unfinished step from when the quarry ceased its actual quarry operations, to restore the site to a safe condition and formally cease the quarry operations. So the planning department is currently processing what's called a quarry use permit for a reclamation plan, which will involve significant grading on the site to restore it to a, shouldn't say a pre-mining condition, but to a safe condition for future reuse. What that future reuse yet will be is not yet known, and certainly the general plan land use designation would significantly inform that.
Okay. And that was actually my next question, so maybe you can elaborate. Reclaiming the quarry site. So I think you actually just answered the question. So that's what the owner currently has in mind, is reclaiming the quarry site, and that's their next step. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That should be noted, that's required by state law. The reclamation is required by state law, so.
And local ordinance.
Oh, and local? Okay, I didn't know that.
So I think I agree with what's currently proposed by us. Can you take a moment to elaborate on any other options? I'm just trying to wrap my head around. Okay, let me do it this way, because I don't like bringing rumors into a public forum, but the word that keeps coming up when I have discussions outside of this forum is wetland mitigation bank. So, first of all, getting back to the mayor's comment from earlier, I'd be tickled pink if we could actually put residential there, but that's not an option for us at this time. And barring that, I'd like to see this site actually do something for the city, hopefully monetarily, if nothing else. And I think that would benefit us from a recreational standpoint also, et cetera. So is there any truth to that rumor that I'm bringing up, first of all? And second of all, is the suggestion the best way possible to utilize the spaces where I'm at?
So I can respond to that. So the owner has not made an application to create wetland mitigation on the site. He's spoken about it. However, that in and of itself is a use. Just because it happens to be more like an open space use doesn't mean that it's not a use. And so affirmatively stating that the city would like to see some sort of at least visitor serving commercial use of the property would certainly inform the city's processing and recommendations on any application to do a mitigation bank there.
And that is what this is?
Right.
Okay, in that case, I'm in agreement with this.
I am also in agreement with this.
I have a question. In the description, it refers to reclamation of the steepest portions of the site and those that are most environmentally sensitive. So it implies that if it's steep, we're going to keep it open and protect it. That's how, like the shorthand that I'm reading into that. Whereas what Commissioner Big Stick just brought up, which was the wetlands, which is on the flat part, the paragraph that's here doesn't include that. Am I right in the way I'm reading this?
Sure, this is a general description of the types of activities undertaken with the reclamation plan. We're not able to speculate what a future development would look like at the site. We don't have an application for that. And that sort of site level development assessment relative to wetlands has not yet been performed.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I agree with this proposal.
Anyone else?
I'm interested to hear what Mike has to say.
Mike?
I'm okay with this.
What about uses such as research and development, biotech, facilities like data center, purely not visitor serving, but employment centers?
Sure, so those uses would require a different land use designation. Visitor serving commercial would not encompass those kinds of uses, in my opinion. And so we'd have to explore other options that more closely align with that range of uses.
Okay.
Actually, kind of taking off what the mayor just said is, I do think it would be good to allow some sort of office professional development, because that would help support any business, that would encourage a market to go there, like a Whole Foods, what the lady was asking about, or restaurants, etc., because that would provide a lunch market for the other businesses in Rockaway. So I do think it would be nice to be able to allow something to that. I mean, not as intense as Santana Row in San Jose, but something similar. But would you be able to put, if you were to do an office thing, type of thing, would you be able to put a requirement that they have buses like Genentech, Facebook have, and Google and all that as one of their mode of transportation for workers?
It's possible we could require that. Certainly there are a number of details of any future development that would influence whether that's possible or not. First and foremost would be the scale of the development, whether they could burden the cost of operating that kind of use, and whether they have a significant enough impact to warrant that kind of use. But any sizable development likely would have to mitigate traffic impacts under the congestion management program, which often involves shuttles and other kinds of strategies. If you're suggesting allowing more flexibility beyond visitor serving commercial to allow professional offices or research and development, biotech research type offices, I think we'd either have to add additional land use to a portion of the site or create a different designation with some greater flexibility.
Every development that has been proposed here had housing, so each one of those had to go to a vote of the people anyway. So it seems like if they were going to want to change to that we would have to go to a vote of the people anyway and change the general plan designation plus the allowance of housing in the quarry.
So I just want to state really quickly that, you know, the site is used for, you know, people walking with their dogs and enjoying the trail and enjoying the coastside. And I think we need to keep that into consideration. So I would not be in favor of zoning it for any kind of big, what Councilmember O'Neill was suggesting, and I would stick with the visitor serving commercial.
And the trail that is, the existing trail that's there now will remain there regardless of what goes in there, the existing trail. And if the owner of the property decided to do mitigation land banking, which would have to come back, that would require that they fence the entire rest of the area where no one could walk or use it, and we would not be receiving any taxes for that.
Well, I like the idea of a creative use for this space. We went to a vote of the people in 2016 on this space, right? And the majority of my constituents were not in favor of development, but were not in favor of the proposed development, which was a lot of housing. So for now, I like the idea of creativity, but I also agree with you that if we were to change anything, it would still have to go to the vote of the people. So for now, my recommendation would be to keep with visitor serving commercial. I think traffic's always going to be an issue there, probably on the other side of the highway too. So for now, I think we should keep it as is. Did we get a consensus?
Did we have a consensus there? Okay.
Next site to discuss, the Rockaway Headlands. It's the area west of Highway 1 between Rockaway Beach Avenue and Crespi Drive. The 1980 existing designation is special area. The 2014 draft general plan proposed low-intensity visitor-serving commercial. The area is privately owned and is proposed to remain low-intensity visitor-serving commercial based on staff's 2019 assessment of the site.
I have a question. What does that mean, special area?
It means that any development should be very carefully considered. And the city has a variety of special area zoning overlays that are a very lesser known portion of our zoning code, which haven't been implicated in our time as the current planning staff for any project. Some of those specify a limited range of uses which were deemed appropriate. I'm not sure offhand what that would be for this site. I'll see if I can find some indication. But it really doesn't provide much certainty to a potential project, and so clarifying low-intensity visitor-serving commercial would provide a very clear range of uses that would be permissible.
And it sounds like the next step up. So special area, it sounds like, was intended as a very ambiguous way of saying it's up to us whether or not we allow you to.
Probably something like that.
Yeah, okay.
Christian? That's the area that has the big switchback above Nick's and the Holiday Inn, correct?
That's right. It's a peculiar area. That chunk of the site, sort of the eastern slope, is Caltrans right-of-way. The areas on the northwest and southern face are the privately owned.
We're not talking about the big rock at Fassler and Highway 1, right?
No, this site is west of Highway 1.
Okay.
Next to the switchback.
I did not know that was privately. I thought it was all.
Christian, is there a map that I can look at real quickly, or?
Yeah, on page 4-20 of the draft general plan.
Thank you.
You'll see the bubble that has the number 15 sort of in the left center of that graphic. That's the Rockaway Headlands.
Yeah, and that does include all the way out to the edge.
That's right.
Right, yeah, I'm so concerned about that, and I know I asked the question before, and thank you for providing answers to my questions earlier, both of you, Tina and Christian, I appreciate it. But I was very concerned about bluff erosion there and how any development up there I'm questioning why it is an open space. I mean, I don't understand how that would work, so.
Yeah, the problem is, being that it's private property, the open space designation would not give it a clear path to viable economic use. being low-intensity visitor serving commercial does provide economic use of the property, but in an extremely low intensity capacity, a way that can adapt to hazards or changing conditions with perhaps less than permanent or easily relocatable structures. And so it's a responsive designation to hazardous areas, should that become the case here. It's also a very low impact and a very low intensity and density.
If I may, my read of low-intensity visitor serving is that if something should go wrong, it's relatively simple to pack it up and move it out. Is that?
I think that, yeah, that's the way I would characterize it, right.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm in favor of this particular proposed designation. I think it's a good way to sort of actually provide more certainty to the current owner, any potential future owners, and I think it acknowledges the sensitivity of the site.
Christian, would you be able to point out, so is this the land in the general plan, the draft general plan? This is the land use area on 4-3628, correct?
Correct. The policy LU-I-28.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so wondering what's kind of the vision for the low-intensity visitor serving commercial there? For context, I'm going to read what's currently in the general plan for this area. Establish zoning to facilitate very low-intensity visitor serving commercial use on the headlands between Rockaway and Pacifica State Beach, such as rustic lodging, hikers' huts, or similar uses. Maintain the coastal trail connecting the two beaches. So how I personally don't quite agree with rustic lodging or hikers' huts in that area, but wondering what staff's kind of vision, given the changes proposed, was.
Sure, and I think to broaden that, if you look at the description of the low-intensity visitor serving commercial use on 4-9, it says it's a district that allows uses that create public access to the coastal setting and are adaptable to changing environmental conditions. And I think that really encapsulates what's intended there. There's a range of uses that are allowable per the general plan. Certainly the zoning could be more particular for this site. If you don't believe rustic lodging is appropriate, certainly access to the site is a challenge given its isolated condition. Mm-hmm. There's already a rather limited range of uses to be considered, so to further limit it would require some careful thought, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But there are other sites in other areas of the city that also have this designation, so a broader range could be appropriate there, such as the rustic lodging.
Okay, yeah. Me personally, especially because I grew up running those switchbacks, I couldn't imagine like a concession stand or anything there. Yeah.
Question, if I might. Is there a way to keep it special area? I'm just curious. Is that something that we run into trouble with if we maintain that designation?
We don't have that construct in the draft general plan currently. We'd have to give some shape to that. I think the ambiguity is troublesome, and so maybe hearing more about what should be there or what would be more appropriate, I think to plan in a vacuum is difficult for us and for the landowners of the site and for the community to understand what they might be getting as well.
Thank you.
I think I heard you say it, but I want to be sure. Have you conversed with the property owner about what their intended use of the site might be?
I have not, and I'm not aware that other staff has.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me, I'm going to say that I'm comfortable with this redesignation.
I guess I'm not uncomfortable with it. I think planning would have very difficult decisions if something were to come before them, so have at it.
Now I'm curious, what the special area description for the quarry was. I shouldn't have blown past that so fast. I'm uncomfortable with it as well, but I'm not sure. I guess I'm really not sure how to address it.
Well, I think part of the issue, again, is we're dealing with private property. I mean, the bottom line is that an owner could come forward with a proposal, and at that point, the proposal would be analyzed under whatever the general plan land use designation in the zoning is. So I don't think we can, I mean, it strikes me that, you know, with the particular designation being offered or proposed here, you know, we're offering some, you know, concrete, actual economic uses, and that's what we need to do constitutionally.
I think this is the hardest side of all the ones that we went through because, first of all, I assumed, bad word, that it was not privately owned and that it was public land. And so I'm just startled by this one, and I can't see anything different than what you put there. So.
I think low-intensity visitor serving is probably as close to open space as we can get within the context of it is privately owned. And after that, I think I would be very interested to see what the owner would bring before us in terms of what they think is workable within that context. And I think that it being within that context, it would certainly garner substantial scrutiny from the 7 of us to ensure that it is something that is actually in character with what that land is. So I am in favor of this.
Okay, well, I would count on that from all of you, so that in that case, I would be in favor of it too.
I have a question. When going back to the quarry, when we were talking about visitor serving commercial, and this one we're talking about low intensity visitor serving commercial. In the quarry discussion, there was a specific comment about the steepness, proposed conservation land use designation with regard to the steep parts. Is there any way to implement such a thing with this particular site? I mean, it's kind of equally steep. It's also privately owned. I'm just wondering if we're doing it in the quarry, can we do it here?
Sure, it may be possible. I think a key distinction is the quarry site is very large. This is a very small site by comparison. The quarry site, by virtue of its size, we can still provide economic use of the property in whole while significantly restricting portions of the site. With a small site to begin with, it's already very difficult to imagine a viable use there, and then to further restrict it, I think, complicates the challenge. But if that's important, it's something we could look at to shrink the area that could have a potential for development.
I just bring it up because I'm sensing the discomfort among my colleagues, and I wondered if that was a way to address that. I wasn't factoring in the size of the relative size of the two sites.
I think certainly we've bounced around ideas where we can try to come up with some proposals that might incentivize this site towards conservation, you know, acquisition by an appropriate land steward. And so if we can come up with creative ways to help encourage that with the policies for this site, we can try to bring something back when the general plan comes again.
Or to be in agreement with that.
Sounds great.
Ew.
Agreed.
Yep. Ooh, that was a real consensus.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Break before we go to the other side?
Let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Should we get together?
Like it's always 5 minutes. Never 5 minutes.
And either, you know, 1 chapter or 2 chapters at a time, just going over the major points and any, you know, really important policy changes that we want some feedback on. And And then perhaps if there's any notes that anybody else has on any of the items that might be in the attachment, updated attachment to the staff report, we would be happy to take your comments. So I'll let Christian take it away.
Sure, thank you. So the first batch of elements from our general plan includes economic sustainability and community design. The economic sustainability comments include some of the feedback from the Economic Development Committee and their thoughts on things like business-to-business transactions and trying to make sure our commercial zoning supports that. We've also heard feedback about policies to ensure proportional mixes of uses in commercial centers to ensure the retention of tax-generating uses in addition to complementary service uses. Community design, one of the more limited chapters with proposed changes, but one common change that has rippled through several of our chapters or elements are addressing parking policies, including support for parking districts within mixed use and commercial areas. I think we recognize we have a lot of small historical parcels that don't always lend themselves to accommodating off-street parking very well, while also having well-designed buildings. And so having broader neighborhood-wide strategies could help mitigate that and result in a better built design on the sites and a more functional parking system off the sites.
15 of 21. Christian, or Tina, do we need to put something in here about the possibility of assessment districts? Because it seems like Rockaway, a constant issue has been the road, the drainage, and everything, which really needs to be more of a neighborhood issue. Valamar, there's, do they want to maybe have a forester go in and look at some of the trees due to the fire dangers now, which would be appropriate for an assessment district? Do we need to put something in here for assessment districts in the general plan?
So assessment districts are always a possibility, but I think that maybe to more broadly make mention of that some of these, the solutions to some of these issues in the neighborhoods would require different funding mechanisms, or other than just the city's gonna pay for it. So I think that assessment districts is just one tool, and so there might be many available. And so I think that there's probably we can when we're reading back through the draft general plan, pick out the appropriate areas for those references.
Right, because you mentioned a parking district, and that's what prompted my question about assessment districts. So you'll put something in there generic, like funding mechanisms or whatever.
Right, and it may need to be in several locations.
Okay.
Are we having the discussion about parking in this place, or is that going to be a part of other elements, as you suggested? It does pop up a lot.
I think we could take it here. It's, I believe, in 3 different chapters, given the connectivity that parking has across a number of different dimensions, and so this portion of the discussion is just as well as any other.
Okay, so just kind of taking that, because it seems like a big bite to me. My notes really just revolved around discussing it more than anything and asking questions to flesh out what our options are. We're kind of in the middle of having a discussion about putting a parking place somewhere when it comes to the Sharp Park neighborhood, and I'm not sure if that discussion translates into any other parts of town also. Certainly between Pedro Point and Lindemar, on a hot sunny day, clearly beach parking is a thing. And just, have we identified any potential sites for where we might put a large structure? Because that's where these in lieu fees would go, right? Am I mistaken in that?
Right, so they would be aggregated within the boundaries of whichever parking assessment district might be established to provide parking for uses within that area. They could be commercial, which is really what our intention is, but these types of things could be used for residential parking as well. We have not gotten down to the site level of determining where specific parking facilities would be. Certainly structures require significant financial investment and are not necessarily something that we're directly considering right now. Perhaps it would make sense for some areas for a very large project, but certainly surface parking is a more immediate and foreseeable option in many cases. And so There is currently a parking assessment district in the Rockaway Beach neighborhood. It dates back to the redevelopment agency era, and so there are some nuances to that particular parking district, and it was ultimately envisioned in that specific plan for Rockaway to have a parking structure in that centralized area. Obviously, the funding has not materialized and that hasn't been built. So we want to sort of update our parking strategies with state-of-the-art planning principles and philosophy about how to best design that, especially in the evolving nature of transportation and long-term individual vehicle usage, for example.
That is what in lieu fees would be doing, right? Establishing a funding source for parking.
That's exactly right. So for example, in its simplest form, I'm starting a business. I'm not able to provide parking on my site because it's too small or it's constrained. I'll pay $1 per space fee to the city. The city uses that to provide that space somewhere in the vicinity. And not every business needs one space per one space. Perhaps there's some efficiencies to be gained by putting them all in a common parking area and making it more economical, more functional, et cetera.
We had a planning study session on a site a couple months back, and what was brought up was something I hadn't heard of until then, the parking matrix system, which is an automated parking garage structure. I had questions about whether or not it was viable at the time, which at the time those proposing it weren't able to answer. I'm curious if going forward we are keeping that in the back of our mind as we're seeking out a place to maybe put a more central parking area, say in Sharp Park District, et cetera.
Yeah, I think all options are on the table right now. Really, this is to provide support for that further study and to determine which solutions make sense in which contexts, by neighborhood, by residential versus commercial, et cetera.
And are you talking like a CarMax elevator type parking system where people park 5 cars in an elevator up? Yes?
I think it's more spatial than linear, but yeah, I think so, yeah. Apparently they are implementing these in large municipalities, and it seems like the feedback is good, but again, I had questions about mechanics and what happens when there's no electricity. Questions that if they've been answered and it looks good, anyway.
Very, very common in Europe, just so we're all straight. Very common. So it's been done. I just want to make that point.
With assurances, it's an option.
The in lieu fees, we're not discussing what they are at this time, but we're going to continue to discuss the in lieu fees and the amounts that they are currently and the amounts that it would actually cost you to build a parking space.
I don't think we need to continue to discuss. I think we need to raise affordable housing fees, parking in lieu fees, park fees.
Just as a Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager, this is a reminder the council has on the work plan for this year parking in lieu studies. So budgeted $25,000, hire a consultant to look at citywide some of the strategies.
Thank you.
That was going to be my comment about the in lieu fees. They're so entirely out of date and have never been. They did not have any kind of inflation built into them, so they need to be readjusted.
Any other comments on that? Okay, we'll pass that one.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were just done. I had 2 other comments about economy in general. One of them was just, and it was a week and a half ago now that I was reading through it. Was there a strong narrative on ecotourism in Chapter 2? So I wrote down a comment, but I can't recall off the top of my head if there was a strong narrative or...
I don't recall offhand there being an ecotourism narrative. I think certainly Pacifica's natural amenities are recognized as assets that should be capitalized upon for economic development purposes.
Sure, it just struck me, if we're talking about economic sustainability, it seems like that, it does seem like an obvious component, but it didn't apparently jump out at me in the narrative itself, and it seems like an obvious place for the narrative to lead in certain areas.
Yeah, my recollection, we can check again, is that they talk about how the city's open space areas are not currently well well mapped, well branded, the signage is inadequate, and they don't clearly link up with our commercial areas to maximize visitor spending while folks are here. They may be on a hike and not realize they're an easy walk away from a restaurant, and so they could have stopped by had they known with proper signage, for example. So I think that some of the shortcomings are recognized, and there are policies to support improvements to enhance that integration between the open space areas, which we value, and the commercial areas, which we're trying to strengthen.
And seeing that I think there is an opportunity there, I would encourage a little bit more narrative on that point. The other thing that I noticed that I think there was no talk of, and presumably because laws hadn't been written yet, was cannabis. And if we're talking about economic sustainability, cannabis I think absolutely falls into that narrative. And I know that currently we're just kind of getting our feet wet on that front, but if phase one goes well, it could be that we decide to expand in some way that is conducive toward economic sustainability on that front.
Yeah, I think we have mention of cannabis in just the cleanup language to reflect the change in the law and that it is a new element of tax revenue for the city. It's not a key policy consideration that we need to weigh in on from the council and the planning commission.
I don't recall reading about it very strongly in the economic sustainability chapter, so that's...
No, it's certainly not in there currently.
Okay.
We have it as a cleanup item to add.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And speaking of cleanup, because it was written a few years back, there were little things like the Fresh and Easy Market. That's already on the agenda to be cleaned up on your side, right?
That's right. So the substantive policy questions, which really require deliberation, are what we have in this table we're working through currently. Cleanups to reflect 2009 to 2019.
Stuff that's happening. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, just the cannabis thing.
Christian, the cleanup also includes updating all of the data. Is that right?
That's right.
I was really
statistics, population, income, traffic counts.
Yeah, just for the record, I was really concerned about using like a decade-old data to make decisions on, and especially when it comes to the median income of our area, because it's changed so drastically. So thank you again for answering my questions earlier. I appreciate it.
So this next chapter we probably should take alone, land use, chapter 4 of the general plan. It has a lot in it. It really is central to all of the general plan. And there are a number of key issues that staff will draw your attention to after the council or commission identifies any of their priority items.
I had a,
No, go ahead.
not to rehash too much, but we got something today from, this is regards to item 13, from Ron and Cheryl Carlson. They said when we purchased the property in 1996-97, it was designated C2 with zoning up to 22 units per gross acre, 1980. Is that accurate?
I would say that by that time, the city council had, in 1982, enacted an ordinance which redirected the CR zoning standards to reflect those of C2. And so as far as the city council at that time was concerned, since 1982, the zoning and general plan would have allowed a project of up to 22 units per acre. The question is whether that change was ever certified by the Coastal Commission. But as far as the city council, they clearly expressed that that was their intention.
Right, and that's, I don't want to get too much into it, but I think the certification by the Coastal Commission would have been a necessary approval. Maybe I'm looking at council, but I'm just wondering if we based a lot of our discussion last week on something that it would be interesting to get the legal answer to, on whether when he says he purchased a property, it was the implication is that it was designated in a way, zoning and general plan wise, that he could have built housing. And I just left the last study session a little unclear on that.
Well, I think Assistant Planner Murdoch, Senior Assistant Planner Murdoch had said, Mr. Murdoch had said at the last meeting that that was something that staff was looking into, that it wasn't clear what had happened between council and the Coastal Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's not an item that we have resolution on at this point.
Okay, I'm just worried that the presumptions that we kind of traipsed down for a few hours at the last meeting. I'm just hopeful, and hopefully they're not based on unsound legal reasoning, but.
I too was concerned about that, and so I'd like to make a recommendation that we actually wait to find out a little bit more information before finalizing any of what we decided on in what felt a little bit rushed. We did receive several comments between last week and this week based on this alone, and I'd like to revisit that, open that discussion back up for a little further investigation when we hear what maybe the Coastal Commission may be able to find out for us, and have that open discussion.
Oh, I have a couple of, I guess, questions and comments. I guess one then pertaining to the matter we're discussing. I mean, is it I don't think any of my particular thinking or sort of where I landed last we met was really premised on a specific determination or a specific understanding that there was, in fact, 100% certainty that there was a right to build residentially there. I just don't know that whether that was a legal predicate to us, sort of kind of coming up with particular conclusions or recommendations that we did. I wasn't assuming it was, to use a double negative.
Right, I think what we're looking at now is what is the appropriate zoning at that location.
Right, notwithstanding what it might have been, the particular, what the land use designation of the zoning was historically. I think this is a forward-looking thing. So again, I wasn't particularly, I was concerned obviously and interested in it, but it wasn't dispositive for me. I had a question actually looking at page 23 of the packet that we have, and this is item 17. This is adding the 73-acre, 986 lot Tobin Park subdivision to the sphere of influence narrative, and I wanted to kind of make sure I understood the implications of this. Is this that particular subdivision that actually lays outside the jurisdictional boundaries of the town, the city, and in the unincorporated area?
That's correct. So it's off the eastern terminus of Springwood Way in the south central part of Pacifica. This particular Tobin Park subdivision is outside the city limits and has nearly 1,000 lots, which were subdivided roughly in the same era as much of Pacifica in the early 1900s. So this is a very...
Can you show us that on the map?
Yeah, so it's a very rectilinear subdivision that's plopped over some rather severe topography. It really makes no sense, and there's a lot of planning concerns.
Right, I had some recollection that there was, that we had an item at some point that might have implicated the subdivision that came to the Planning Commission. Am I misrecalling that?
No, we had a study session with one of
Maybe that's what it was.
One of the property owners who owns a chunk of that land closest to the end of Springwood Way.
What would be the impact, and I'm sorry, this is something I should probably know, but the impact of adding that subdivision to the sphere of influence narrative?
I think the impact was that we would more clearly identify that there are unique planning challenges, considering the fact there's a substantial number of lots that are currently unmerged. The county has not merged them. And so we would have then an ability to indicate that the pre-zoning for that site should trigger lot merger and establish significant land area per dwelling unit standards to make sure the area is properly managed for future development.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to reiterate that because that area back in the storms of 1982 had 4 houses come down because of mudslides that were condemned. You also have an extreme danger of wildfire in that area, as well as access is a 1-lane road that when there was a house on fire, the fire department literally had to line up and back the fire trucks out. And for them to excavate to make that road wide enough for 2 fire trucks would entail going into a hill that is taller than me. And I just have real reservations about that. However, they have really no choice but to get their services from Pacifica, North Coast Water, and Pacifica School District because of that. And I know it has come up, I'm on LAFCO, and it has come up at LAFCO. And I'm very concerned about the liability for mudslides, wildfires, and us to provide the services that can be done in this. And this is a huge piece of land too, because I've seen the plat map, And they're all like 25-foot lots or whatever.
But I certainly share your concern. I was really just kind of interested and concerned by the challenges of having multiple jurisdictions that deal with potential to deal with development. And I'm presuming the county would have a lot of these same concerns, but
well, it's their problem now, not ours.
but the impacts could very well be felt across jurisdictional boundaries. So trying to figure out how we again address that kind of issue.
Thank you. And I just want to maybe provide a clarifying comment. It's a little confusing. We did discuss the key sites in Section B, and so I think one would naturally turn to Section C in the table there. We're really trying to have a discussion of Section A of Attachment A on packet page 7 is where it begins. And so these are key policy points that we need the council and commission's feedback on. And so we're currently on Chapter 4, which is on page 8 of the packet.
Okay.
So speaking of number 8, so my question was, is it implied here that that more than 3 stories might be allowed? Because multi-story buildings rather than 2 to 3 story is the implication that it might be. So we're on packet page 8,
right.
Number 8, and the wording is revise high-density residential description to indicate multi-story buildings rather than 2 to 3 story buildings. Is there an implication there that we might build higher than 3 stories?
Yes, and I think the suggestion is to provide the flexibility for the zoning to determine that. You know, while 3 stories have tended to be the maximum in Pacifica, there are cases in staff's opinion where 4 or 5 story structure but preserving more open space areas might be a desirable outcome. Our current plan to development zoning does allow for that as well, and so we think that to have that flexibility in high density residential and other situations makes sense and could lead perhaps to preferable site designs.
I agree with that. Thank you.
Going back to item 17, the Tobin Park property, I would refer staff to the management service review from LAFCO, and the recommendation of the MSR was that Pacifica lower and make its sphere of influence smaller. So I would prefer not to see that in our general plan. If you're going to change, this is to make changes in the plan, right?
Well, this is to change the draft general plan. I think the issue is that currently it is in our sphere of influence, and we don't directly identify this area and the unique challenges it has. Much of the rest of our sphere of influence does not have subdivision, parcelization, and small lots like this. They're bigger open space areas. This is very unique in that there's nearly 1,000 lots in this portion of the sphere of influence.
But I think I don't think, according to the LAFCO, that it is in our sphere of influence, because when I've talked to the executive director about it, she said, yeah, they're going to be applying to be annexed by the city. Okay, and it's something I would prefer the city not do. That's my
point taken. It absolutely is in our sphere of influence currently, and LAFCO has directed more than one potential developer to the city to discuss pre-zoning and annexation. And so it's something that staff feels strongly that we do need policies to better set us up for the pre-zoning process and the annexation process, to make clear in advance that significant development potential may not be what to expect with an annexation in this area.
What is LAFCO?
Local Agency Formation Commission. And basically what it does is if there's a district that is no longer needed, doesn't serve a purpose, they analyze it and dissolve it. Or if there's a house in an unincorporated area and they need services such as sewage and stuff, they annex them. It's mostly Redwood City. The biggest issues we've had in North County was the healthcare districts, Sequoia, and I'm forgetting the name of the other one, but Sequoia and the other one. So, but is there any way for us to kind of say thanks but no thanks?
Well, I think that
I'm only one vote, but
during the last MSR, I think we're probably coming up on the next round pretty soon.
They had one 2 years ago. What's an MSR?
Yeah.
What's an MSR?
It's a municipal service review, and so that's the process where LAFCO does exactly what Mike just explained, where they actually go through and look at finances and ability to serve and decide, you know, which area is a potential land that could be annexed. You know, should it be City of Pacifica? Should it stay in the county? I think in this case, we would need to have more discussions because these lots exist. And last time we talked to the owners and as well as LAFCO, I don't believe there's an option in that area for deep well drilling in order to get, I think, probably more spring water that's already at the surface. And I don't believe they're in a position where they could be served with septic systems. And so the county would also be in a really difficult position where you have these parcels that are so small they probably do need, you know, municipal service. So I think you know, point taken that there's a lot more conversation to have on these.
Okay.
Does that include all the parcels on Higgins? I understand there's a 28-acre parcel that's trying to annex from the county into that. I know we're off topic, right?
That's separate.
Well, I think that the Tobin Park is particularly concerning because of the size. It's the early 1900s subdivision where most of the lots are 25 by 100. I think a larger chunk of land, yes, there's annexation issues, but probably a little different.
Okay.
But your question are there annexation issues? I mean, I have that question now, since you brought it up. Are there annexation issues with Higgins, or it is in the city?
No, it needs to be LAFCO.
Okay.
So the details of annexation.
Of Higgins. The Higgins
so
he was already talking to me. Javier.
See if we can get a map where we can see it. So you can kind of see Higgins there at the bottom. Does your pointer work?
Yeah. Do you want to put?
Yeah.
Button in the middle.
Adobe.
So this is Rosita here, and then this is Adobe, and so this is Higgins here. So the white land, or cream color land here, that is in our sphere but unincorporated. So there's, I think this little triangle here might be the school, and maybe some other Montessori school, yeah, and maybe other parcels, but I think that's generally where it might be.
And so the yellow, or the whatever light yellow, is annex
Down here? Yes. So that portion of where the gate at the end of Higgins is here, and you kind of then go off into the old road trail, that area is annexed.
And the other part on the left side is also annexed?
So this is annexed. That's in the city. This is not, and that's where the Tobin Park is.
It looks like that parcel is surrounded by the city, and yet it is not the city.
So the solid outer boundary is the sphere of influence boundary. The one that's slightly inset from that, that's dashed, it's a little bit difficult to see from where you're sitting. That's the city limits. So there's this area between the city limits and that solid boundary, which is the sphere of influence, that is unincorporated San Mateo County, but identified by LAFCO as having the reasonable potential to develop during the planning period, and therefore rightfully should be in the sphere of influence so that the local agency can have some chance to influence what the appropriate land use is in that area.
I think this has the green color because I'm guessing that it is owned or by a land steward, or it's a state park there.
It's county park.
County.
No, but this green bit, she's saying.
County park.
That's all county park still? Is that what you're saying, Tina?
Right here, yeah.
The triangle and that bit?
Right.
So that's open space park land or something like that, is why you think it's green?
Yes.
Yeah, because back in '82, the mud that slid into the 3 or 4 houses was from the county park.
One item that I want to add to, I agree with Councilmember O'Neill. Just an item to add, similar situations have happened near the Skyline area by Redwood City where people purchase land not knowing that it's actually undevelopable, whether due to slope or utility access. And that is kind of an injustice to people that would potentially purchase land here with the thought of developing when in actuality they can't. So I agree, and thank you for bringing up that point. I didn't think about it when I read through the packet.
They won't get fire insurance.
So maybe just to get the council and commission thinking about a couple other key points in the land use element. Item number 7 is of importance to staff. It particularly helps us respond to requirements in state law that the current general plan does not have, and that's to ensure a maximum density of 30 units per acre is permissible in more locations. And in this case, proposing for mixed-use neighborhood and high-density residential areas, which currently max out at 22 units per acre and 25 units per acre, I believe, increasing those to 30 units per acre for sites of a half acre or more in size. It's a complex explanation, but the simplest I can try to explain it is that in our housing element, where we have to demonstrate sites appropriate for affordable housing development, meaning below market rate housing, the state has determined that if you have, for our particular area, if you have sites that allow development at 30 acres or more, that they're by default assumed to be appropriate for affordable housing development. At densities lower than that, the state has said financially there's a hardship for development of such sites, and unless you take site-specific analysis for similar projects in your area that have actually been constructed, you cannot count those sites as appropriate for below market rate housing. And so we're at a loss right now for demonstrating that capacity, and this would fix that gap come time for our next housing element in the next roughly 3 years.
And is that the same reference for item 1? Which I believe you said was along Francisco and Oceana Boulevard, or?
Some of those sites may qualify, but they're not, these are not directly related.
Okay. And then I know I asked already, but for developments like this, is it possible to include inclusionary language like low income, very low income, extremely low income? And I know you had a response, so have at it.
Sure. So I think this is a general standard that would allow market rate or affordable housing to be developed. I think where appropriate, if the council wants to express an intent that an affordable housing development should be constructed, we should capitalize the defined term which is in the general plan, affordable housing, which has a certain meaning. Affordable to those, typically 80% or less of median income, in some cases higher. But in most cases, keeping it general and allowing the zoning to address that would probably be more appropriate. But to hear from the council where their concerns are would be helpful.
We could always make exceptions if someone was planning something in a neighborhood that it was not suitable. Is that correct? And say the whole neighborhood came out in protest.
That's difficult to do, especially if it's already designated for residential development and the project complies with what are known as objective standards. So for instance, they're within the land use range, they meet the height, they've met the floor area ratio. Parking is often not a standard that we can use to deny housing as an objective standard. And so I would not agree with your general characterization that if the neighborhood comes out and they don't want a project, we can deny it. The state has intentionally made that much more difficult of late.
Could I ask a question then, just to follow up? So we again, I think I understand the gist of item 7 and the reason for it, ensuring that we have an adequate number of sites that, at least on the face of things, from a general plan perspective, could accommodate affordable housing. And how does the zoning work in this context then? So we've designated these sites, and to get to sort of commission, to Councilmember Martin's concern, I mean, ensuring that notwithstanding the general plan designation, we've got the right sorts of objective criteria in place to address what we might anticipate would be community concerns with respect to particular sites. Is that kind of the follow-on that we would do, making sure that we have the right kind of height, setbacks, things like that?
It is. So the repercussions or the consequence, in my opinion, of changes in state law to bolster objective standards as really the only basis to deny housing projects is that communities need to do a better job of planning objective standards. So it's difficult to design a project in the abstract with objective standards, but height, setback, floor area ratio, staggered setbacks as the building goes up to provide more separation from the street, to minimize massing. There are a number of ways that you can put objective standards in to get better desirable building design than we have traditionally done in our zoning.
And I have to say, I mean, with that said, I'm generally in support of this language, and I think that, the notion of making affordable housing more feasible from a general plan perspective, I think it's a worthy goal, and one that I'd like to see articulated in the general plan.
So I agree. I think it's a worthy goal, and I agree that this needs to happen. But what is the accommodation? Where's the accommodation made? Where? Okay, so recently the example is in San Bruno. There was a major housing project on a transit corridor, shot down. The community came out. It was one council member's vote, and there were three council members that had to recuse themselves. One of them, they had to draw straws to have the vote. So that council member probably was not happy about that. Regardless, that, in my humble opinion, was a perfect site for something like this. High density, residential, there's going to be affordable housing. But if something like that were proposed, for example, on Salata Avenue, what is the accommodation made for, not really on a transit corridor, doesn't fit in with the general neighborhood look and feel.
Right.
There is no, right now, we would have to pass it by, it would get appealed and one of us would be.
Well, I think the important thing is you as a council need to be thoughtful about where you apply these land use designations. This is just simply saying this designation, where it's applied, would have these criteria.
Yeah.
So if you don't believe high density residential is appropriate on Salata Avenue, you still absolutely have that right as the council. But once you've applied that, watch out, because a project that meets objective standards will be very difficult to deny. It's still possible if there are definable, discrete, direct impacts to public health and safety, but that's a high bar to get over for a project that meets all of the standards that your zoning says should make public health and safety findings
As
simple.
the Sharp Park specific plan is being developed, would, I don't know if we're jumping the gun here, that be something that would be proposed for this area, for Sharp Park?
Potentially, yes, and there already is high density, medium density, low density residential all intermixed in Sharp Park.
Would we be able to break it up?
Designate that?
Well, this draft general plan does indicate some changes from the pattern currently, so you should carefully review the map if you're concerned about Sharp Park or any other neighborhood. This Sharp Park specific plan, I imagine there's the possibility for there to be proposals of greater density in some locations, provided that appropriate services and transit access could be provided. And that's something that we'll want to talk through very carefully as we go through that process, which is really just beginning to ramp up.
Okay, thanks.
I was in agreement with increasing the high-density residential to 30. My question is it possible, or would it, in any circumstance, make sense to make it higher than 30?
There very well may be a good reason to do that. I think it's something that requires more thought. There is a mixed-use center designation which goes up to 50 units per acre in the draft general plan. As far as residential-only designations, we haven't proposed an ultra-high density residential designation at this point. It's something that perhaps could come out of the Sharp Park specific plan, for example, but I imagine a lot of that tendency would be towards mixed use, given the walkability of the neighborhood and other benefits of mixed-use development. But I think all options are on the table right now, and we really want to have a thoughtful, honest public process to figure out what should be in the specific plan.
Right, and when I let my imagination take off, I don't like putting that roof on there at all, because if heaven knows we found a site where we could, stick 1 million people at low affordable, that's an ideal that, again, in my imagination, and so just trying to get a sense of, in a grounded, staff approached way, what that could look like. So I'm absolutely interested in higher than 30 if it makes sense. but at least 30 as it's presented.
Is there any way to set some sort of minimum percentage or number of square feet of business to qualify for mixed use? Do you follow what I mean? That there's a certain percentage that has to be business in order for you to qualify as mixed use and get a density bonus of up to 30 dwellings per acre or something like that? Because like in San Bruno, one of the biggest issues was traffic for the neighbors. Excuse me. But 45% of that traffic was going to be generated by the grocery store that was going to be built, which to me, it's kind of like, okay, eliminate the grocery store, you know. But is there some way you could put a minimum density or minimum percentage of commercial in something to qualify for mixed use?
Yeah, I think it's something we could look at. You know, it is difficult to be that prescriptive sometimes, but we could look perhaps at an absolute floor that would make sense in all cases.
Continuing on.
I just want to double check land use before we move on. So moving on to the circulation element and open space and community facilities. So I did visit the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee to talk through some of these issues. They provided some very helpful feedback, some of which we were able to incorporate in this section. I think item 26 on packet page 11 is interesting for us to think about in the sense that the general plan notes that there are parkland deficiencies in some neighborhoods. And as we look to intensify with some mixed-use redevelopment, for example, in some neighborhoods, that could exacerbate the problem unless we allow for some flexibility in how we provide parkland and what we consider to be parkland. So, you know, rooftop spaces or viewing platforms, or some communities have even explored parkland areas over rights-of-way, so over the street, for example. So there's a variety of ways that we could try to be creative in these infill circumstances to achieve really desirable and essential outdoor spaces within otherwise constrained areas. So this is just generally asking for a policy or discussion to support such solutions so that we could come up with zoning or project findings that would allow us to implement that. Some of these other ones are responding to changes in circumstances since 2014, such as the opening of the Devil's Slide Tunnel and the opening of the trail for the abandoned roadway. Number 27 would reorient the policy to creation of a trail that goes along the headlands to connect from Pacifica to the Devil's Slide Trail, considering that the tunnel is already open. Part of that policy has already been overcome by events. And then one of the specific items of feedback in 28 was expanding support for development of campgrounds where sufficient management and services could be provided. That would be a new policy, and so it would be good to hear from the council and commission on that.
Is there a place that comes to mind where a campground would be? Is there a specific site that...
The only example brought up by the commenter was in Sharp Park, the actual Sharp Park, operated by City and County of San Francisco. Some portion of that site, the commenter believed was potentially suitable for a campground.
And when I read the policy, I had no problem with it. I just was very curious where that might be. So if I squint, I could probably see where there could be something like that there, and that's an idea that interests me. It just...
Yeah, maybe the Tobin parcel would be a good place.
There you go.
Open park.
A camp like this.
I don't disagree with it. I'm just wondering what would it be.
Actually, the Girl Scouts have camped back in San Pedro Park.
Oh, cool.
So I have some concerns about this item. just the definition of campgrounds, because we are looking at folks who are vehicularly housed right now, and it's an issue in our city, and so I would be curious about how we're going to define campgrounds and how does that play out for people who don't have anywhere to live right now.
I think that will be quite a challenge because Santa Cruz is now facing people are camping out on their beach at the boardwalk. And I don't know what the reaction of a lot of people would be if there was tents out on Lindemore Beach.
It's management.
Yep.
Services provided by the property owner.
And this has this is nothing to do with GGNRA land, is that correct?
It was not brought up specific to that, and the one example that was cited was not GGNRA land.
Because in our open space meetings, GGNRA has expressed interest in Pacifica as a potential site for a hut, or, you know, they're open to discussing that if that were to come up, so.
Where's your headings? Okay.
I had a general question or concern because when talking about parks, it referenced using school land as being a place where one might recreate. And I read that shortly after reading a post on Nextdoor about somebody who went to use the Terra Nova track, and apparently it was fenced off. So maybe Sue Beckmeyer can also give feedback as a resident expert. Is school facilities something that can be used as parkland by the general public?
They're considered private property.
Mr. Councilmember
Other
O'Neill has
resident
vastly
expert.
more experience in this matter than I do. I defer to him.
No, so all school district land is considered private property, so they can keep people away from the kids.
Except for the tennis courts at Terra Nova, which is Parks, Beaches, and Rec.
Because it's it's an agreement joint use agreement. Yeah, and probably the pool at Jefferson High School District, but the rest of it is considered private property to keep individuals off the property.
So the soccer teams, they pay on Sundays to play there. We used to run, the running club used to run on there and got kicked off, which is some of the stuff you were seeing in social media.
So in Chapter 6, where it references using school land in terms of park for the general populace, that needs to be tweaked a little?
Yeah, I think there are some references in there that I have with my multitude of sticky notes to tighten that language up. There are a very limited number of multi-use, or rather, joint use agreements, with the school district, some of which were mentioned here. I think beyond that, it's casual, informal use that may be allowed on a case-by-case basis by the district, or by lack of staff to shoo people away, has become an assumed way to use the site by the community.
I got the sense when I was reading it that it's implied that that's factored into the equation of how much square acreage we have in terms of thinking about the park we have to use. So.
I think that the table with those figures is confusing, and it's something I want to look at, yeah.
Thank you.
And also, this item is directly related to policy OCI 34, which references Shell Dance Nursery. And so it says Shell Dance Nursery may become the hub of Pacifica's trail system with direct access. So how does that, I'm not understanding how that fits into like a campground.
So it relates. I would say that I think we were just trying to provide convenient reference to a related policy here. The idea would not be to just limit it to the Shell Dance Nursery site. And in fact, some folks at the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee indicated that they weren't sure that that site is really a suitable hub for parks, given its access constraints and steep slope.
Okay, thanks.
I would like a little elaboration on the update of the Heritage Tree Ordinance to improve ease of city administration.
Sure. So the Heritage Tree Ordinance is one that's, I think, a source of confusion and frustration for many residents. It's also one that has some challenges in the way that it's structured, given its age and changes in city organization, for example. And so helping to clarify and update that to reflect the current organization, particularly the split between the Planning Department and the Public Works Department, where in the Planning Department, the permitting authority still resides, but where the technical expertise resides in the Public Works Department. Additionally, the criteria and the justification for tree removal, I think, could be clearer to reflect current circumstances. Perhaps additional trees that should not qualify for protection given their challenging characteristics and non-native status in Pacifica. So I think based on our city arborist staff opinions from the technical side as well as our procedural experience in the planning department, revisiting the heritage tree ordinance to make it function a bit more efficiently is really what we're striving to achieve there.
And I'll just note that that was also a request of the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission when we went to visit them as well, since they see the appeals. Yeah. Felt like they needed some work.
Also, would it be possible for us to somehow come up with language that if their fire insurance is canceled or something and they need to cut some trees? Because I know I read somewhere where somebody had to clear X amount of feet away from around their house, that permit can be either expedited or eliminated or something.
I think we could certainly consider that.
There's something concerning about this to me, so I'm interested in seeing what the next draft looks like. I can't put my finger on it yet. It has something to do with, and I don't want to offend anyone, the general notion that sometimes trees are not given their proper consideration when development projects are approved. That there may need to be either some more scrutiny or some different requirement for accommodation of the cutting down of heritage trees. So I actually have a meeting on this later this week. I'll send you any feedback that I have after that, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, and I think that really gets to the issue that I mentioned about the criteria and just trying to make sure it's clearer so that it's clearer for homeowners, it's clearer for the city in administering when the decision should or should not be made to grant a tree removal permit. There's, I think, much to be desired in the ordinance that we have currently. Not to weaken protections, but to make everything clearer and, I think, more smoothly functioning.
Yeah, I sat on that commission, so I did tree appeals too, and it was hard. It was very hard. So, thanks.
The very first thing that I had when I was on planning commission was a house being built, and they were cutting down trees. And I asked the question, what were they going to replace the trees with? And they said, oh, they can be in a gallon container. We don't have any specifics on what you replace trees with. And I thought that was really important. I heard about it after.
You thought it was important?
I thought it was important to include what if you cut down a tree, what you replace the tree with, because if you replace it with a tree that's 6 inches tall,
right,
it's not really a tree.
I recall that meeting.
I do too.
And I mean, it does raise an interesting issue of if you are going to redevelop a home or build a new home in open space, for example, in Pacifica, and that is going to cause, because of fire ordinances or fire restrictions, denuding the hillside around your house, do you still stay within CEQA protections that categories of protections that, what's the exemptions is the word I'm looking for. Something to consider.
And I know other cities in San Mateo County have heritage tree replacement requirements. So when you remove a heritage tree, typically you have to plant a certain amount of a certain type of tree. At least Santa Clara County has that. And then I believe if you can't replace 5 trees for the 1 heritage tree you cut down for your private, like 600 square foot lot, there's a fee. I just want to throw that out, looking into other nearby cities.
I guess the other thing that, we've talked some about certainly at the county is how you ensure, to the extent you can, that trees you actually plant take and are actually there. down the road. It's one thing to, again, comply with the requirement that you replace trees 2 for 1, 3 for 1, whatever the ratio ends up being. It's another to come back 5 years later and see if those trees actually took. So whether or not, you know, some form of a bond or some form of a requirement to ensure that maintenance actually occurs and the trees, if they don't take, are replaced.
I'm curious if there's any interest in having that as a consideration for the revision of that heritage tree ordinance, or sort of like a carbon offset credit, so you could sort of pay, if you can't plant these 5 trees or guarantee that they're going to take or something, then maybe you can just pay and the city can, yeah, right?
Yeah, I work predominantly in the city of Mountain View, and I could pull up what the city has to staff, and if you want to look at it, it's on their website as well.
Okay. So there's some interest up
Yes.
and around?
I'm interested in
I
that.
have
I'm
no
interested in
problem
that.
with that.
Great, thanks.
I'm definitely interested in that.
And then just to jump back on packet page 11 to the circulation element, to not give that short shrift. Item 21 we think is significant. Having a policy statement that we encourage in our development review, reductions of vehicle miles traveled. There's a lot of benefits that derive from that. It's not always possible. We are a uniquely situated community in our linear pattern and reliance on Highway 1, but certainly more compact infill mixed-use development we believe could help to reduce vehicle miles traveled, and this suggests a policy to strengthen an orientation for that. And then we've sought here also in 22 to expand bicycle parking requirements to high density and mixed use developments. Currently, our bicycle parking ordinance only applies to commercial projects, and so we think high density residential and mixed use housing, which will be at high densities, have unique challenges for provision of bicycle parking storage, and we want to make sure that we're facilitating adequate and convenient access to bicycles so more people will ride.
If bicycles are in the general plan, would it be an ordinance or zoning to put in certain charging stations per every 10 units? You need a charging station or something, some ratio?
Yeah, so on the commercial side, we already have requirements for that in our parking standards for electrical vehicle charging stations. I'm not quite as familiar with the residential side through the building code. I don't know if Director Waremeister or anyone else on the staff has that knowledge. Certainly through the green building standards, pre-wiring for electric vehicle charging stations has become something that's required in most residential units. I'm not sure what the requirements are to actually install charging stations for higher density construction.
Is that something that would be in the general plan, or would it be a zoning or green building codes or whatever?
I think we can look at that if that's the desire of the council and the commission, to see if we need to make it a zoning matter or if it's already, the box is checked through the building code.
Okay, well, I was just, if you're talking about bicycles in the general plan, I was thinking it's the same type of electric scooters or whatever.
When we get category.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reach
codes when we get there.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine.
Much like with affordable housing, the way I look at it, not only do I agree with number 22, if there's a way to expand it even further than that, I'd be in favor of that. And yes to number 21.
And then to round out the remaining elements in the key policy discussion, conservation, safety, and noise. We had jumped to item number 31 under conservation, but there are others, like expanding our list of partners in item number 29. Responding in item number 30, which is important to touch on briefly. In the city's regional permit for stormwater management, green infrastructure is really the growing priority for public investment, as well as opportunities in private development to improve the public spaces along the street to capture more of that off-site stormwater generated by infrastructure supporting private development. So what that means is retrofitting stretches of street to capture stormwater, filter it through landscaping and certain soil mixes to reduce the pollutant load before it then runs off to our creeks, streams, and into the ocean. And so we do need to implement support for that in our general plan, and item number 30 would do that in a general way and allow us to pick out where it makes sense in our zoning and other city ordinances to refine certain requirements.
Does this include water capture, what is it called? Where you put mesh on the ends of your drainage systems that go?
A trash capture device?
Yes.
Not specifically, that's already covered in other standards. Green infrastructure is more about designing the public ways to capture the stormwater itself to filter out other pollutants that wouldn't be captured in a trash capture device.
Okay.
So the trash management program is one segment of the stormwater permit. Green infrastructure is another. They're related but different.
We don't have them on all of our drains, do we?
Not on all of them, no.
Yeah. So we're going to address that, right? In our trash management.
I'm not familiar with that plan. I think I'd have to defer to the Public Works Department.
Not in the general plan?
There's a separate plan that addresses that specifically.
Okay. That would be great if we could, because as you know, I do a lot of work with the Pacific Beach Coalition, and you all know that we're coming up on rainy season, so we all have 911 cleanups out to all of our storm drains. So I encourage you all to go out to your storm drains, start cleaning up, because it'll all end up in the ocean. So if we had a capture system, that would be helpful.
In item number 27, it says include San Pedro Creek Watershed Coalition and
29.
Pacific, or excuse me, number 29, Pacifica Beach Coalition as partners. What is the definition of partners? What does partners mean?
That term is not defined. I think just the common understanding of working towards a common purpose in this context is what we had in mind. If there's concern with any of the particular entities, that would be helpful to know. I think really this section was indicating non-city entities that do work that advance the public purpose of cleaning up creeks and other open space areas.
I think that clarifies it, what you just said, non-city.
But wouldn't you also then maybe include like the San Pedro Park volunteers, you know what I mean? At what point do you stop? And you're putting it in the general plan, which is revised every 30 years.
That's a good point. I mean, if there's a preference to eliminate specific mention and just generalize it, I don't know that there's a staff objection. There was a seemingly inadequate list of partners or affiliates, and we were looking to address it with those that were well-known. And
who else is on the list? Do you know?
So it says the city and partners, including the California Coastal Conservancy, Go Native, the Pacifica Land Trust, California Department of Fish and Game, Army Corps of Engineers, State Water Resources Control Board, and we sought to add San Pedro Creek Watershed Coalition and mention the Pacifica Beach Coalition efforts. Pacific Beach Coalition efforts.
Okay. No, I just didn't know what the definition partner was and stuff. But most of those are government agencies, right? Corps of Engineers and...
But the Pacifica Land Trust, Go Native...
the Land Trust is not government.
Right, that's the point I'm making, that they're not. Pacifica Land Trust and Go Native are not government agencies. And they are listed.
Break it down into government agencies and non-government agencies?
We can make it generic if that's the desire, to not list specific agencies or groups.
Well, I just at some point, you know, given budget constraints and stuff, I'm a partner, therefore you should get a check or whatever. I just, you know.
Sure, the point's understood. I'm not sure if there are other thoughts to give us feedback or direction on that point.
I don't know that calling them out as partners implies that at any point we have to cut them a check. And I absolutely favor calling out those who are taking their time to help our city and recognizing them.
That wasn't the issue. The issue was down the road. When a lot of the other entities are government agencies who have their own funding base, there's others that do not. And I'm just concerned that with legal cases down the road and stuff like that, will a partner be considered someone that needs to be funded by the city?
I think you can add the word collaborative.
partner.
And we might consider a term like stakeholder or something like that. That's sort of.
I'm not against it. It's just I'm concerned about the verbiage and funding down the road.
I think we just recognize these are organizations that have an interest and a stake in this particular activity, and I would submit that might be a better word.
I love the idea of calling them out by name, and however we do that, precluding a legal ramification, I'm all in favor of.
And then lastly, you'll see in Chapter 8, Safety, item number 33, revise the general plan and particularly the local coastal program to incorporate the hazard policies from the sea level rise adaptation planning process.
On that point, we've received a lot of feedback from the community in this regard, and I wanted to know what strategies being employed to incorporate feedback or respond to feedback from the community. It seems like there was a clear request for a bright line statement about where we are in terms of protection. And I'm wondering if we can have a process to look at that, because I don't think this item on this table is sufficient. So I'm not sure what would be sufficient, because we've received many pages from many stakeholders who did a lot of work and spent a lot of time on it. And so I'm not sure how we collectively talk about that, but I'm bringing it up as something I want to see happen.
So I think first we'd like to hear if that is something that you'd like to do, because you guys receive a lot of comments on a lot of things, and sometimes you want to make changes and sometimes you don't. So we'd like to get clear direction there. And I think because these policies were considered by the council in December, and there was a vote on the direction that staff was given, that what we would suggest, if the council wants to revisit this, is that we would then actually look at preparing a red line draft LCP that incorporates the council's December action, but also tees up conversation about some of the comments that we have received recently, if that's the council's direction. We would need some time to put that together and then that would be the draft. Council would be endorsing the draft that we would be sending to Coastal Commission for staff for comment. It's not approval. This is just the consultation draft that we send. And so I think we have some potential dates ready, but I think that's where I'll stop, unless the city manager wanted to say anything else, just to see if there was any discussion about what the council would like to do at this point.
Yeah, I guess what I would add to that is just as a reminder about, to set the context here, is that the direction that the council gave in December of last year was to take those policies and roll them into the rest of the LCP to complete the final LCP package. In the meantime, at last week's meeting and at this meeting, you've received a lot of substantive comments about those policies, asking the question if the council is interested in revising those policies. And so we don't know if the council is interested in revising the policies. And if the council is interested in revising the policies, the city staff needs to do a lot of work and analysis to provide you the necessary information to consider those revisions. And that's going to require a separate meeting that's agendized appropriately so that the public knows that that's going to be deliberated on. And as Director Weremeister mentioned, the outcome of that meeting would then roll into what our sort of red line version of the LCP is. I think one of the strategies at play here is based on public input that we've heard. There's a lot of confusion about what are the sea level rise adaptation policies and how do they roll into the broader LCP. So creating the red line version of the broader LCP will provide that context and that summary. But currently, as we stand, the only direction we have from the City Council is the policies from last December that we would roll into this before submitting the consultative draft to the Coastal Commission.
A lot has changed since December, a lot. The comments that we've gotten are much stronger than they were before December, I think. Also, one of the suggestions from the public today was to not call it hazard policy, to call it coastal policy. And I thought that was an excellent change of term because, like someone mentioned, if an insurance company looks and they see coastal policy versus hazard policy, it makes a huge difference. It matters to the members of the public who are in those zones if they're in a coastal policy zone or a hazard policy zone for a lot of reasons.
And this is something we would deliberate if there was to be a red line edit, correct?
Right. I think I'll just speak, for staff here that I think at least our read of it that was a acceptable suggestion that what we call the policies is the city's decision and we don't have to call them hazard policies. But if that's something that the council is stating that they'd like to deliberate on, we can certainly, make that a part of the items we'll be noting for discussion.
And Councilmember Rear, if I understood you correctly, I think what staff is trying to say is we need to move beyond the December 2018 draft and to really have a productive conversation, we need to see what it's supposed to look like in its final form. And so that will come along not only with just inserting the key provisions of the December 2018 document, but including the additional narrative that's necessary to explain how it fits in the LCP context. And so to keep revisiting these same points that are being brought up by commenters isn't particularly helpful until you see what's actually envisioned for the document and how it's going to be presented and how it's going to be intended to be used.
I have a couple questions on that point that maybe you can address now, and maybe it's part of a larger conversation. But there's been discussion about the policy statements versus the adaptation plan that supports them. And I need, for my own understanding, to have a on point that you just made. How does the adaptation policy document relate, and in terms of submitting the full LCP, how does that play in?
So I think the intention will be that we'll be inserting the policies into the LCP. The policies obviously reference the adaptation plan, and we can provide narrative around the policies to help describe where the vulnerability assessment and where the adaptation plan play in terms of the policies and where they can be found, whether it's an attachment or a separate document that's kept, but that can be described with narrative.
Okay. In regard to a question that came up about legal opinion on the city's ability to defend or address inconsistencies that might be brought up at some point in the future, to date, how has the work that's been done, that was the draft that was approved in December of 2018, how has that been reviewed legally?
So our legal team did review that document prior to publishing it and prior to the December 2018 hearing. And I don't know if City Attorney Bizzano wants to elaborate on that at all.
I would just add that Director Bormeister is correct. Our office was involved in the review process before for the December 10th meeting.
I'm concerned about issues that have been brought up about inconsistencies within the document. And I'm not sure if the process you described about red line is a place that we address that, or how that would get brought up. But internal inconsistencies that I want assurance that we are not exposing the city to some kind of legal action, because there could be two interpretations of the same policy, or internally one policy informs another, and there's an inconsistency there. So those are the kinds of things I'm talking about. I'm not talking about starting from scratch. No.
Planning Commission?
Yeah, while we have you here.
Yeah. Planning Commission? Do you have any
You don't want to
comments?
touch it.
I have a question, if you don't mind. To the Mayor, I heard you make the comment about the nomenclature of the policies. The proposal in the staff report is proposing to put them in the natural hazard chapter. We will likely, we may propose to label them in the same manner that the other policies have been labeled in the LCP. Is that something that you still have concerns with, the fact that they're in the natural hazards section of the LCP?
Where else could they go?
Yeah, what would that mean? Then what would they be called?
Yeah.
I think that's the essence of the question.
Yeah.
So we have a natural fit to address sea level rise, which is a natural hazard, arguably, right? At least it's manifested through a natural body of water. And so with that said, we think it naturally fits within the natural hazards element. And those policies throughout the natural hazards element are labeled NH1, NH2, NH3, and would be referenced as natural hazard policy, NH-7. And so nomenclature is important, as the commenters have mentioned, and as Ms. O'Connor referenced, but we'd have to really come up with a different construct for this document.
Is there a requirement of the Coastal Act as we put our LCP together that we actually insert it there? I mean, I think when I was picking up is sort of a sense that properly mitigated and properly addressed, perhaps it isn't really, in our perspective, a hazard in the same way that other natural hazards are. And that perhaps a separate section or separate chapter where we could use different nomenclature, because I can understand the notion you want everything in the same chapter kind of labeled the same way. It sort of makes sense as the document is constructed, but that seemed to me kind of what I was picking up from some of the city council members' comments.
Yeah, I think we can explore whether we have flexibility under the Coastal Act to have sort of what would be an optional element in the general plan, if you will. Mm-hmm. So can we call it something different and still have it with the same effect?
I agree that we need to check to see if LCPs have, really particular element naming requirements. But I would just note that kind of the sister element in the general plan is just called safety.
Yeah.
It's and it does include like seismic and they use the term hazards, but the chapter is just titled safety. So that's just.
In real estate, we have natural hazard reports on every property. So, which tells what zones they're in. And if they are in no zones, or if they're in a fire hazard zone, a flood zone, and all the zones that could cause issues. And they're called natural hazard reports. So and they're all called that.
So the question was whether there's an opportunity to put
a different name.
coastal policies or some other.
Coastal Safety 1, Coastal Safety 2,
Something
Coastal
to
Safety
that
3, or something like that.
Right.
There you go.
And I have another question. When I'm looking back at mandatory changes under C on packet page 20, on Chapter 8, Safety, Chapter 5, Natural Hazards, Item 6, it references incorporation of the adopted local hazard mitigation plan SB 379. So I'm presuming there's a Senate bill that it requires us to file a local hazard mitigation plan? Am I reading that right?
So we do have a local hazard mitigation plan, and I believe this requirement requires us to ensure that the documents are consistent and that the safety element of the general plan pays mention to the local hazard mitigation plan so that the documents are both relied upon when mitigating natural hazards.
Okay.
Could I return to, I think it was the questions asked before, and I just want to make sure I'm sort of tracking, and I think there has been some, certainly my own mind, kind of making sure I understand the relationship between the adaptation plan and the LCP itself. And because the adaptation plan, of course, does analyze a range of adaptation strategies, including managed retreat. But I did see in the staff report there was a, I guess I'm looking at page 4, you know, kind of this real clear statement, the effect of the amendment to the hazard policy, at least number 4, is to reject managed retreat as an adaptation strategy unless and until a future LCP amendment and public input process culminates in supporting the strategy. So that to me seemed like a pretty clear articulation of what the city's position is on it. But again, sort of understanding the relationship between the adaptation plan and the LCP. Maybe just a couple of minutes to make that clear to me again.
I'll try. So okay. There were several steps required to really provide the analytical framework to support the policy decisions. And so we feel that we needed necessarily to assess managed retreat as one of the policy options, and then duly reject it as being inappropriate for Pacifica.
Right.
And so I think that's where the disconnect is. We assessed it and we've rejected it, but it remains in the body of work that was prepared.
Right.
It's not something we can strip from the body of work that's been prepared.
Certainly with respect to the adaptation plans, but I heard various commenters make reference to, I don't know, some number of hundreds of times that the term is sort of sprinkled throughout I think the implication was the LCP, and I'm just not clear on that. Are they referencing the adaptation plan, or is that where those references are? Or
yes.
Yes. So there's a lot of confusion that
right.
There's the adaptation policies that were considered by the council in December, and then the supporting documents.
Yeah.
That's where the hundreds of references are being referred to.
Okay.
And so it's not in the LCP.
Okay. All right.
And we were required to consider that as an adaptation strategy by the Coastal Commission under our grant. Is that correct? Maybe not under our grant, but we've seen that as a requirement. So we had no choice but to consider it, at least. So it's going to be somewhere because we did that.
Yeah, and I think choice or no choice, it's probably a prudent thing for us to look at in the totality. Having said it, the LCP reflects the considered view of the city council. But again, when somebody says there are hundreds of references, they're not actually talking about the LCP itself.
No, and I think it's our sense on the staff that the narrative that you'll get with incorporation of the December 2018 work into a full-fledged LCP draft, incorporating that, will hopefully better substantiate and bolster where that fits in and what the city's position is on managed retreat, for example, that it's not an adaptation strategy.
Okay, thank you.
That certainly clarifies confusion on my part, but there was one other item that the public brought up a few times, which, as I was reading it, I could see how it could be confusing, so maybe you can clear that one up for me also, and that's hazard policy number 57. As I was reading it, what occurred to me was, and it says something about if it's 50% or more has to be redone, then it can't be redone. And the way I read that was, oh, well, if we're replacing this chunk of the seawall, clearly that's more than 50% of what's already there. And yet we are actively seeking out replacing that seawall. There's no doubt about that. So if you could help me reconcile that confusion and how I was reading it and what the apparent reality of that statement is, that would be appreciated.
So I'll try first. Hazard policy 57, the intention, I believe, of this policy is to help guide us of how we are going to handle existing shorelines. So the policy does state that existing walls can be repaired and maintained, but will not be repair and maintenance does not allow for expansion. Expansion is allowed under the sub-area policies. However, expansion greater than 50% would cause the wall to be considered a new structure. And so while it may benefit from additional language to provide that clarification that expansion less than 50% is allowed, but just wouldn't be considered a new wall.
So specifically the word that choked me, it wasn't expansion, it was replacement. Because my understanding is that that northern section, currently retaining wall, will be replaced by a true seawall. And at a glance, it looks like that's more than a 50% thing, even though we're very actively looking into replacing that ginormous section and making it truly a seawall. That nomenclature, replacement of 50% or more of the shoreline structure, is where the confusion came into my mind as I was reading it. So if you could help me with that, please.
I don't think I captured your question. So a replacement of?
The seawall, the north side, the retaining wall, and expansion, augmentation, or replacement of 50% or more of the shoreline structure. I guess what I'm doing is I'm reading seawall as a shoreline structure, so maybe that's where my confusion is.
A seawall is a shoreline structure.
Okay, yeah. So if the nomenclature is expansion, augmentation, or replacement of 50% or more of the shoreline structure by volume, linear height, or length, etc., constitutes a new shoreline structure, shall comply with all policies. I read that as that being prohibitive of replacing the seawall. Am I reading it? Maybe I'm just reading it wrong. Yeah, shoreline protection structure may be repaired and maintained until the development they are protecting is removed, at which time.
Does someone mind helping me? I'm still not capturing the question. So are you referring to a specific?
Hazard policy number 57.
Yeah, but are you asking with a specific area in mind?
Right, the seawall.
Right here?
Yeah, the north side of the seawall.
So there's a sub-area policy that does describe its ability to be expanded as needed to protect existing infrastructure. What 57 does is it supplements it to help explain when it's considered a new wall and when it's considered repair and maintenance.
So I guess my question is that seawall less than a 50% of the structure? Because as I'm reading it, what it suggests is we're looking at the percentage of what's being replaced.
Yeah.
I think one of the points being made right now is that we can clarify further in the red line version of the LCP and in policy revisions to be very clear, because the council has been very clear that we intend to replace that northern section of the seawall. And there's a kind of an interrelationship between policy 57 and some other sub-area policies that in staff's mind and our initial mind was clear that that's allowed, but some of the comments from the public, questions being asked, questions you're asking, make it clear that it needs to be clarified more. Because certainly it's the city's intention to do that.
I have no doubt whatsoever that the city is doing absolutely everything they possibly can to make sure there's a seawall in that stretch, but as I'm reading that, I could see how confusion might arise, and thank you for clarifying that, Manager Woodhouse.
Can I jump in for a second? In my mind, if you're taking out the existing retaining wall and replacing it with a seawall, but that's part of the whole seawall structure, that's going to be less than 50% of the entire structure. So that's how I would look at it if I were up here as a council person.
I think the point of the public in part is also when an agency, they are going to, for their benefit and their personal property, are looking at our documents, it may be unclear to them as people who haven't necessarily looked, well, it would be unclear to them. And I think that's a big chunk of the point the public is bringing up. I mean, I agree with you. I have no doubt that that seawall is going to be there. I have no doubt that anyone sitting in this room has any doubt there's going to be a seawall sitting there. But outside of this room, I don't know who's talking to who about what financial matter about what and what their level of expertise is. And certainly at least the public who is going into those issues regarding their own property doesn't want to have worst case scenario at the forefront of their mind when they're going into those discussions. And if it's more palatable for anybody outside of this room to go into those discussions, it'll make it easier for everyone involved, I think.
As a process point, and to City Manager Woodhouse's comments about timing and the work that it will take to create this red line and such, what do you anticipate is the impact, would be the impact, and how can we address that in terms of impending deadlines or communication with the Coastal Commission? How do you expect that we would move forward in that regard?
Yeah, so just because of the mere fact that we had this continuation of the study session already put a wrinkle in the schedule that we had intended. So staff has done some work. We've done some communication with the Coastal Commission staff to really look at what is our necessary schedule forward and still meet the grant provisions. And, you know, so that the city doesn't have to pay back $150,000 that was granted to us, et cetera. If it's the council's intention, and still, you know, it's not clear if it is, but that we want to revisit and look at revising the policies, we need to set another meeting to do that. And the schedule that we're thinking about anyways, because of this meeting today, is going to extend the council's adoption of the LCP into the new year, into January or February, probably February. But we, in conversations with the Coastal Commission, we will still meet the obligations of the grant through this process, and we'll front load the consultation review and public review in the red line version of the LCP and have public review to do that. And that work up front ideally will make the Coastal Commission's review of the adopted LCP later a little smoother. Can't guarantee that, but that's the intention. So what we would look at is if we need a separate session to discuss these revisions and public comment that have been provided, we'll kind of figure out that date. It might be the 5th Monday of this month, which is September 30th. That would give us time to prepare for that. That's an idea, but we can consider other dates in order to move this forward.
And just so I'm clear, you keep referring to the red line document, right? So that's what we're going to be discussing? Because I guess I'm confused that you mentioned changing the policy, but then I was anticipating just a new document that would explain things a lot better.
That's what it would be. It would be the LCP,
right?
You know, redlined from the 2014 version.
I just want to make sure I'm really clear.
Exactly.
Okay.
And there would be what I would envision, because again, some of these comments on these policies that are made are substantive, and we haven't researched, you know, Coastal Act, you know, what does the Coastal Act say, et cetera. So staff will have some recommendations about potential revisions, and then there'll be other ones like we talked to tonight about calling them coastal policies instead of hazard policies that might be pretty simpler, clear cut.
Okay.
And the staff report that we'd bring back to the council would call out all of those issues that the council needs to discuss.
Thank you so much.
And I'll ask Director Weremeister or any of the planning staff if you have anything to add to that.
No. No, we don't. But we were considering whether or not the 30th would be acceptable. And I think that this would just need to be a city council meeting.
But we would be very happy to have our colleagues from the...
Is it a study session or is it a formal council meeting?
No, I think that we're gonna need a consideration item that the council is gonna make some decisions on and provide clear direction to staff.
On September 30th.
That's a date, a potential date, floating it out. If it's available, the council could discuss that.
And we'll have plenty of time to read it, right? Not like getting all these comments on the same day that we're supposed to be, not from you, but I'm talking about the public who sends massive comments like at 5 o'clock on the day when we have a 5:30 meeting.
It's our intention in the shell of the timeline that we have right now to get this out a couple weeks in advance, if possible, to give you time to work through and understand the document, ask questions, and make sure you know what you're dealing with.
Thank you. Should we make that date right now?
Mm-hmm. I'm available. I'm available.
I'm available.
I'm available.
Okay, we are all available. It's a miracle.
The red line, is that just going to be the local coastal plan policies relating, or the sea level adaptation plan, or both?
It'll be the 2014 local coastal plan, redlined. So not only the December policies, but also, anything else that we've heard through these study sessions that need to be updated. And then I think that the staff report would then say, okay, we have these substantive comments that we've received. Here's staff's analysis, and what does the council want to do about those?
Okay, so the sea level rise adaptation plan from July 2018, we're not going to talk about that. Because we got comments about that, about the cost benefit analysis, et cetera.
Right. I have questions about that, as well as the maps. So if those aren't in the local coastal plan policies related to sea level rise adaptation, they're in the
adoption plan.
Adaptation plan.
Yeah, so again, and it was mentioned earlier how those supporting analyses were just the constructs and the research to get to the point of the council deciding about the policies. It's the policies themselves that are incorporated into the LCP.
So go ahead, finish.
Yeah, so I was going to say, while those are some of the comments relating to the economic study and to the maps and such, staff will address those in the staff report, in some form or another. But again, keep in mind that those comments pertain to sort of draft documents that are not part of the final LCP, the red line version of the LCP.
So the only thing that will be sent to the Coastal Commission, the adaptation plan with all the inundation zones and cost benefit analysis, et cetera, that does not go to the Coastal Commission, or it does?
Those have already been sent to the Coastal Commission.
Okay.
When were those sent to the Coastal Commission?
As they were prepared, that was part of our grant agreement that the deliverables would be submitted to them as well.
Oh. So what would one do if one had an interest in revisiting a map, in as much as they've been sent to the Coastal Commission already, in draft form?
For example?
Hypothetically.
For
example, maps that don't take shoreline protections that are existing into account. We had an issue about this with another matter that was brought before us on an appeal with regard to development on Beach Boulevard. In that instance, we chose to recognize the impact of the existing seawall in that area. However, in this document, it appears we are not. So they're right, that to me right there is an inconsistency. But what I'm after is what would it look like if the map took into account the berm and the seawall? And I guess I'm wondering, is it, you know, how do we address that question?
So I think that the way we have addressed this question in 2018 is that the best practice of mapping is changing, and so these types of vulnerability maps often did not take existing shoreline structures into account because they are so new that some of the projections are kind of like on geologic time, and so they haven't really, like, they weren't factored into the projection. Anyways, that's a little too technical. But the response that we gave is that it actually demonstrates how important the walls are. Because if you don't have them, it actually shows what would happen. And it's if they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I think that there's probably arguments on either side of that, but that was one thing that we thought that those maps demonstrated was that they were clearly very important to maintain, you know, our neighborhoods and, you know, business districts. Because if we didn't have a wall there, some of these erosional or flooding impacts would be very severe.
I'll add to what Director Weremeister said, just as a reminder, and we talked about this in 2018. The city didn't create these maps. It's data that's gathered from all the relevant sources. In addition, again, going back to the point that whether it's those hazard maps or the economic analysis, that was just research at that time that was intended to inform the council's decisions about the policies. So the map informed a decision by the council about policies of protection, of maintaining seawalls, armoring, et cetera. So a different map wouldn't change that decision or affect that decision in a different way. So it's just informing it. You would arrive at the same conclusion.
So I'm hearing consistency from both of your comments on that. What I would want then to suggest is there's a clear statement linking those two things together. It's not clear, I think, to many in our community. Until you stated it the way you just stated it, it wasn't clear to me. So that would be an example of an edit that I would want to see in the draft document. By the same token, the cost-benefit analysis does not take into account a number of our natural assets in terms of valuing them, incorporating them. And so I wonder about our ability to utilize that cost-benefit analysis as a rationale for the policies if we're not mentioning all the other assets.
Yeah, and so I know one point that's been made about cost-benefit analysis is the value of beach visitation. And the research did evaluate a $10 per day and a $40 per day. And the result of that was the same policy decision. So again, that the difference in number wouldn't change the outcome of the result of how that strategy compares relatively in cost to the other strategies considered.
In terms of a cost-benefit analysis, things like the value of a round of golf would factor in. It would be part of the benefit to our town, right? So it's also then going to your point before about informing what we're protecting. If we're not talking about it, we're not including it in assets that need to be protected. Does that make sense? So same thing with trails, same thing with biking paths, et cetera. And so what I'm pointing out is that we our cost benefit is really limited to the beach. That's all I'm saying.
I think the economic analysis included values on all of those assets, right? And, you know, playing golf, and there were comments that were responded to regarding those, right?
I know it touched on the golf, and I know that it touched on the beach recreation. Regarding the habitat value, that was discussed as, you know, it's comparing beach habitat, which also has a value, compared to upland habitat, which has a certain value. And so I believe what the consultant concluded is both have value. So whether the line moves this way or that way, it's kind of nulling itself out. In terms of trails and hiking opportunities, there was an effort made to try to provide some kind of value to that. There was just no data that we could, or that the consultant could apply that would make any sense. So that was definitely an item that was missing.
Isn't that just an analysis to support manager trade or not?
Yeah, exactly. So the...
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Oh, the analysis of the value of the trails is really, and the other assets, was really to help support that managed retreat is not the ideal alternative, where the policies already are not selecting managed retreat as the preferred alternative. So even though the cost-benefit analysis is maybe
incomplete,
well, it doesn't have all the information, or at least the trail information or some information that might bolster managed retreat as a less cost-efficient alternative. Staff took in that analysis, as well as the City Council's direction and the public's direction, that managed retreat was not the preferred alternative at that location, and that's why the policies represent a protection and armoring policies for that sub-area.
again, I think in terms of making a clear linkage between those two things and addressing the fact that, you know, in very clear language and maybe more than once, why those pieces were not included would be pretty important. I think we're addressing assets that we base many conversations about ecotourism and our, you know, the value of our economy is our environment and those kinds of things. I think it needs to be inclusive of all the things we're talking about, not just the beach. And so somehow, if we don't have numbers to attach to it, and we aren't able to redo a cost benefit, which I'm not advocating for at this point, but I am saying we need to have a clear statement about what's not in there and how those also have value in terms of protection. So the fact that we're concluding everything's worth protecting without saying that is beside the point to me. I think we need to say it and conclude that everything is worth protecting. Does that make sense? That's the kind of thing I'm talking about when we talk about having a conversation about what edits might need to be made to the draft. Okay. So we're planning on the 30th.
(6 p.m.) Do we think it's going to be long? He's laughing. 5?
I'm not a betting man, but
no, it'll be pretty short. I'm just kidding. But 6 p.m.
5:30?
It's a special meeting anyway, so I think we can go ahead and start it at 6 p.m. that night. It's convenient for folks.
Okay. 6 p.m. on the 30th, special meeting to discuss the redlined version of the local coastal plan with sea level rise. Okay. Okay. And is there anything else to add to this meeting tonight?
I'd like to, since I
Yes.
have you up there, would there be any way to direct City Council to kind of get to the bottom of the idea or the, I guess, the Colson's zoning?
Oh, very good question.
Not tonight.
Not tonight. I mean,
I would also,
she's good, but
suggest that we reopen that dialogue for a number of reasons. One of them is we had more comments after last week's meeting. We had received emails as well, and also given that we just gave direction to approve higher density residential mixed use neighborhood land use designations, 30 units. So we made some decisions tonight or direction tonight that are going to accommodate a lot more residential in our transit corridors. So I think it deserves another discussion. I'm just going to throw this out there that I do believe that any residential there will have a very high impact to the local residential parking, as well as, and I know it's not parking is not part of it, but as well as the local wildlife. I think there's some other good uses for that land that are worth considering, as well as we don't have the decision with coastal.
well, I just wonder if we had started off from the baseline of the assumption, if it's the case that he never had, and I don't know if it's true or not, a right to build residential housing at all. I wonder if we had started at that baseline assumption, whether we would have reached the same position that we reached. And I wonder if the public would have been informed in a different way as
Or
well.
if we started at the baseline that he could build 22 houses per acre when he purchased it. So there are...
That's exactly my point. If that was never legally a possibility, then I wonder if we would have even started from that or even entertained it.
I'm sure I would have ended where we ended up myself if whether or not he had the, I mean, it was a factor that certainly was worth considering, but I don't think it was dispositive of my thinking. I wouldn't be inclined to revisit it myself.
But I was wondering if the public should know.
Well, in terms of addressing this question, I would like to have clarity about what council adopted in 1982 or didn't that pertains to this property.
Which we may never know.
I would like to, I would like to have clarity, but I don't need to have clarity by September 30th for that. I don't know what exactly is intended or what is required in terms of obtaining that factual.
So we have clarity of what the city council enacted, and that is...
Oh, it's the coastal commission part.
The unclarity or lack of clarity is the correspondence between the city and the coastal commission as far as certification of that change in the LCP.
Okay.
And so I've asked our colleagues at the coastal commission to piece together their administrative record. We have begun to piece together ours. Hopefully we can meet in the middle with a certification, but perhaps we won't. And so we're piecing together the information as quickly as we can. It's not easy. We're talking about a span of, what, 37 years nearly since that action was taken. And so we're doing our best. We may never have a clear answer, but we will do our best.
And I'll just add to that, just as I know the council and the commission know this, but we'll provide whatever information we can find out. But what's before the commission and the council is now what is the desired designation for that parcel? So it's sort of irregardless of unknown historical facts.
I just think that if you got to start with if you're starting from the assumption now today that he had the option of building homes, what I got the sense from the last meeting was, well, no harm, no foul in allowing him to build some homes on the Colson property because he probably had the right to build them anyway. That's the general tenor of the discussion that we had, and it launched from the baseline of he probably could have built housing. But if that wasn't ever the case, if that was never legally possible, I wonder if we would have reached the same conclusion at the end of the night. And I wonder if the public would have had a different take on it as well if we'd started off by saying, you know what, It's probably the case that because the Coastal Commission never signed off on it, he didn't have any right to build any housing out there. So now what should we do?
Well, I think the import of kind of the way things went down was there was ambiguity around that question. I don't think we launched from the proposition that it was that he had the right to do it. I think it was somewhat unclear, and I think the conversation reflected a lack of clarity around it.
When he bought it, it was owned by the Archdiocese, and there was a golf driving range on it. So it was used for commercial uses prior to his purchase and at his purchase. It was a golf driving range. I remember it.
Yeah.
But similar to the Tobin, it is all platted into individual parcels, housing parcels and streets.
So the site did have a lot merger. So there are 3 lots with rights of way in between them at the site. So the original, dozens of lots that were platted were merged by the city in the 1980s. 3 lots remain, to the best of my knowledge, and provision for rights of way throughout the middle of those 3 lots.
And the very merger, sort of action sort of reflects perhaps a concern on the part of the city that there was going to be a bunch of residential development out there, which sort of suggested a thought that there must have been some residential development rights. I'm just speculating at this point, but that may be all we're ever going to be able to do.
I'm trying to get it out of my head, Rich, but I can't help but think if I were a resident there and I went into it thinking, well, they were never allowed to build there anyway, or I allowed them to build. Yeah, or if, well, they were allowed to build there anyway, but I don't want them to build. That's 2 completely different lines of thought, and I agree with you that it depends on your starting place. I also agree that we have to move forward from this, and I can tell already, just the tipping of the room here, that no matter what I say, it's not going to change people's minds. So maybe we just have that discussion right now up here. If nobody has a desire to continue this discussion, then just say so.
I thought we already decided that we were going to continue the discussion. Didn't we talk about that earlier tonight?
We did, but what we said was that what we were going to do was allow up to 3 to 5 residential units there.
Yeah.
But
Per acre.
Pardon me, per acre. We could make that adjustment later. So we were changing the zoning to being residential. Low density, was it? Or
a range that was consistent with low density residential. Right.
So, but the argument from the entire of Pedro Point, except for the owners, which is also unfortunate, is that that it should be low-intensity visitor serving, and that there are lots of really good uses that the city would be able to benefit from as well. As
like a pumpkin patch. That would be a good benefit for the owner, a pumpkin patch.
It would be a great place to host parties or a whole bunch of things that we don't have any room for right now in Pacifica.
We don't own the property.
You're absolutely right, and I agree. So, again, I feel like the room generally tips this way. So if again, that's the general feel, just say it tonight. And
Lauren.
One question that I have, so because I know a lot of the public requested that we don't change the zoning or land use at all. If we are considering that, I personally would like context of what public access rights are allowed to the site. For that matter, what residential rights for building are available to the owner at that site. Not saying pro-residential or not, just I think if we're considering keeping the land use as it is, I would really like to understand public access, what the owner could develop on it, because it would be unfortunate and probably not just if an owner of a private property can't economically benefit from it. I would also just like to say I did a little extra research just from my civil engineering background. The site is not in a floodplain, and in regards to the flooding concerns from the public, it likely ponds due to lack of drainage and lack of slope. So in general, development, whether it's residential, whether it's a park, low-intensity visitor-serving commercial development would be beneficial for the ponding of the area from my civil background.
I think I would defer to the city manager, but we may need to consider how we tee up this discussion if it is to continue. I think we've discussed a meeting on September 30th for a focused discussion of sea level rise policies. It's not, in my mind, a natural fit to then also have a city council consideration of a particular site from these study sessions. And so I think, you know, the format of continuing this conversation is important to consider now.
Okay.
Is this a matter that ultimately is going to come to the Planning Commission in any event for consideration? It just strikes me that perhaps there's some additional research that's going to be done anyway. We're going to get some additional information on the baseline, and maybe it is something that perhaps can be deferred until it actually comes to the Planning Commission, recognizing that this is a matter that was kind of really left open, subject to receipt of some additional information. Or is there a reason why it couldn't be done that way?
I think that's absolutely one approach that would work. It would give us ample time before coming back probably in the early part of next year to the Planning Commission to try to run to ground what the procedural facts are with respect to the City Council's action and Coastal Commission certification, and hopefully have the facts so we know what did or did not happen so that the community can have the appropriate conversation about the land use.
I totally agree with that. And I think it would also give us a chance to acknowledge even more the community input like we have with the sea level rise policy. So, you know, we have to give everybody their opportunity. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner.
And just making sure it does fit on the revised timeline as of tonight, because already we're pushing things back, but in a way that apparently will work with the Coastal Commission regarding sea level. So by doing this with Pedro Point also, are we now going to be on track with that revision?
Yeah, I don't think the request for clarity on this LCP certification point about the calcium field affects the timeline.
Thank you.
Okay.
So where did we land?
We are going to gather the facts as we can reconstruct them, make note of that in a clear way in the staff report that comes to the Planning Commission through part of the formal public hearing process, and hopefully reserve, you know, discussion of that one remaining site is the only matter for discussion when we come back to the Planning Commission in the early part of next year. Wishful thinking. And I think we also discussed perhaps that the focus on September 30th should be on the sea level rise policies and not bringing one private piece of property into the discussion at that point in that venue.
Does the presumption that's in the current draft, is that going to carry forward until we see it on the Planning Commission?
I mean, speaking for myself, I think it would, because that is what the feedback was at the study session, and we need to reflect that, and then we can reflect any new facts as they bear on that discussion.
My fear is it gets baked in.
It's a study I think session. if it were stated that you know, there was significant concern expressed about ensuring you know, as much visibility as possible with respect to what the residential development potential was of the property, you know, historically. Again, acknowledging that that's a factor that the City Council and the Planning Commission in the study session expressed concerns about.
I think if anything is baked in right now, it's up to 15 units per acre. And so, you know, for those that may have concerns about residential development, the outcome of the study sessions we've had would be favorable. So I'm not sure how we change the existing condition of the site, except to say, well, disregard the feedback from August 26th and revert to coastal residential mixed use up to 15 units per acre.
Well, that's assuming that even that was even an entitlement that he's entitled to.
No, not at all. We're talking about the 2014 draft.
Oh, the 2014 draft.
Right.
Right, which is something that was drafted.
Yeah,
that was subject to substantial debate back then as well.
Yeah, the point is we had narrowed that, right?
It was never approved, so
right.
Well,
ever.
So I just wanted to add to the conversation for clarity that I think Commissioner Niblin brought up a good point, and Mr. Murdoch, is that this draft after September 30th will get some clear direction about the sea level rise policies. You will have a glimpse, a chance to review the whole consultation draft strike through of the LCP. It'll have all of the various land use and designations that was discussed tonight, as well as the input that was provided about the Calson property. But the other piece of information that's missing before this comes back to public hearing to the Planning Commission and for the public review period and back to the council is the Coastal Commission staff's input on this document. So that's the purpose. So there will be future reviews before the commission and before the council to really talk about final comments about it.
So when you refer to that, are you referring to the consultation draft of the LCP that is sent to the Coastal Commission for comment?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me when that happens and what that process is, where that fits into the timeline, how that happens?
So after the 30th, assuming, we get through that and the council gives us the okay to send it into the Coastal Commission, we will take a couple days to package it all up, send it over to the Coastal Commission, and they have 30 days to review it and get the city a comment letter. Then we'll be posting the comment letter so that the community can see that. And then from there, we would be making, we'd have an additional, I'm sorry, I don't have the draft in front of me. We would have an additional comment period or review period for the community before coming back to Planning Commission for recommendation and then to City Council.
And do you know what that duration is for the public to review the Coastal Commission's comment?
Could all this timeline and all that be in the staff report on the 30th?
Right now we have 32.
Yeah, just put it there so the whole public knows it and it's public and everybody knows the schedule.
Yes.
And we're on the same
And I
field.
just wanted to get my question answered since I haven't been through this before, Mr. O'Neill.
Well, I haven't been through it either, so.
Okay. So they have 30 days. Sorry, Mike.
32. The public, you mean, or the public? Is that your question, the public?
The Coastal Commission, well, now Mr. O'Neill made me lose my train of thought, so I have to step
Well,
back.
she was pulling the gavel out to hit me.
They have 30 days to review and comment, the Coastal Commission, and then their comments are made public for the public to review?
Right, we would
For
be
how
posting
long?
them.
Sorry? 2 weeks? A month? 30 days?
Well, the public doesn't get to provide comments to the Coastal Commission about their comments, so it'll just be made available to the
For
public.
their review?
Yes.
Okay, I see.
Do they make comments back to us?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
So, yeah.
So I think what we're imagining is that we are going to carefully evaluate the comment letter from the Coastal Commission. We then will likely want to insert some of their suggested changes, and perhaps there will be some changes that we don't agree with. And we plan to respond directly in a table form, for example, of what we are accepting and what we're not accepting and the reasons for not accepting it. And that would accompany the next public document that we prepare, which incorporates the changes we agree with and those that we don't agree with, or does not incorporate but has responses to those.
So, this is all hot off the press draft scheduling that we're doing, we need to refine the schedule. We need to confirm with Coastal Commission staff that the review periods are appropriate, and we will put it in the September 30th staff report, so it's very clear as to the steps in this process, and it'll be transparent and public throughout.
Thank you.
It'll be in there on September 30th.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
It'll be there.
It'll be there.
Anything else? I didn't hit him. It's adjourned. We're adjourned.
16, we got out early.